gonna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Till I barely feel my feet, wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'm carrying you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me
still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them
let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're all for life. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're on for life. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
나의 속도가 돈이라면 밴 옴이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 옴이 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 써니 목숨 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or zero 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다면 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 boys 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자칭 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 Oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여져
rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop, oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It is day 3, it's the final day of the group stage, and we've got 2 more best of 3s to show you for today. As always, my name is Twiggy and I'm joined by my analyst, MP. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing I'm doing good once again. I feel like that's my answer every time you ask me how I'm doing.
I mean, you're always good,
Yeah.
because you're always amazing.
No? You make me blush, actually. But there's gonna be banger games as well. I'm always good when I'm on the desk with you and there's some bangers game coming up. Obviously, some Northeast bangers, some bangers from the other region, Turkey, BBL Pacific. That's gonna be interesting. But I'm really glad to be on the desk again.
Yeah, so what happened yesterday to get us to this stage? That's the big question, right? And we've gone through 2 days of the group stage, 1 more day to go. Sometimes when you get to this kind of stage in a group stage, you're like, okay, well, most of the answers have been questioned. That's the wrong way around. Most of the questions have been answered, and we know what's going to be going on. We know who's going through. Not the case this time around, actually. A lot of things still to come for today, and this is what we saw to get us to this stage, right? Carmine Corp Blue Stars versus Zero Tenacity started off the day, and that ended 2-1 in the favor of Carmine Corp Blue Stars. Zero Tenacity, unfortunately, now out of the competition. One more NE team that has been eliminated from this one. They are locked into 3rd place, so won't be getting any ascension points, but Enterprise Esports won 2-0 against UCAM, and in such dominant fashion that they barely need... They could lose today's game 2-0 and win 12 rounds over the course of the whole series, and they would still come in 1st place in the group. That is how insane their round differential is. They're 20 rounds in their favor. So no matter what, Enterprise Esports, well, okay, I'm not going to say no matter what. I said it up to Zeke yesterday. I said, you just need to show up, and hopefully that's what they'll do. That game isn't on stream today for us. You can go watch that on a different stream, but we will be watching Group A and Group C today. So really important stuff happening here as well. Still stakes to go. We have Movistar Koi Phoenix versus ULF, the Turkish representatives. And of course, we have BBL Pacific versus Pixel Luna. Lumina, another Turkish representative. Oh, sorry, wait, what am I talking about? It's Bitfix Gaming versus Movistar Koi Phoenix. We already saw ULF play their 2 games, but still, yeah, Bitfix Gaming. As far as I'm aware, they can't get into playoffs. They could still get second place if they manage to win this series, but either way, not looking great for them. But Koi Phoenix could actually get a really good result coming out of this one, secure their place as first seed, get into playoffs. And actually, interestingly, our second game with BBL Pacific versus Pixel Lumina, there's stakes to it. If Pixel Lumina win 2-0, actually even 2-1 with a good enough round differential, they can win. Like, they can get out of this group stage, interestingly enough. And BBL Pacific, we have seen, do have some holes in their defense. In fact, it was a very tight victory for them versus CGN Esports.
Yeah, and CGN exactly understood where those gaps in their defenses, or in the BBL Pacific defenses, come from. So if Pixel Lumina are up ahead of those gaps, if they can exploit those gaps, it could become interesting, but they can't be scared. They can't give too much respect for BBL Pacific. But I think, on the other hand, the other matchup that we have, Bitfix Gaming, Koi Phoenix, is going to be interesting as well, because obviously Bitfix, they cannot quite qualify anymore into the playoffs, but those ascension points are going to be crucial. Right now, Bitfix is tied with Metisport, Sweden Sour, Pixel Lumina in their region at 2 points. If they win this match, it could be 3 points for them. That could gain them that advantage, and then they would be behind Zero Tenacity, Enterprise Esports, and Shockmud, which is kind of decent place to be, actually.
Yeah, for sure. So still lots to go. Obviously, on the other streams, we do have Carmine Core versus Focus is one of the games for Group B. That one's got really high stakes, both teams having won their games versus Zero Tenacity. Obviously, it's all to play for at the end of the day. And then, yeah, Enterprise Esports versus Valiant is the other game, which should be a foregone conclusion. We'll see. Obviously, Valiant lost 2-0 versus UCAM, and then UCAM lost 2-0 versus Enterprise Esports. So you'd assume it would go a certain way, but you never really know with Valorant Esports, especially in Tier 2. Things can happen in many, many unexpected ways. But yes, today, our stream is definitely going to be exciting, and I'm excited for this first game, Bitfix Gaming versus Movistar Koi Phoenix. Now look, maybe not the highest stakes in the world. One of these teams cannot get out of the group stage, but one of them we've really enjoyed seeing. I mean, Koi Phoenix has put up some really, really good performances. It has a talented roster, and I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, and maybe the closer team to us in the Northern East region, Bitfix Gaming, obviously being incredible throughout the season, being unbeaten in few maps. Obviously, one of those maps got beaten yesterday. Pearl, that was. Lotus was incredible for Bitfix Gaming. And I think this roster is already great. I do love how they work around these players. They have the double youngsters in terms of having those Russian players. Then you have Redcar subbing in for Martux as well, Lameli Syntix. I think this roster is beautiful. Bitfix Gaming has shown something incredible. I think that team name, it wasn't really on top of anything prior to this season. I don't think a lot of people were considering them to be one of those teams to come actually into Challengers EMEA, but they have absolutely improved. They have had some funky compositions which have worked for them incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that we have seen play interesting Valorant, right? And when they got out of Northeast, we were considering them to be a bit of a dark horse, right? A team that could put up amazing performances. And in fact, you know, this they have had some like insane stats touted, right? I mean, you look at their Lotus and something is going on there, something absolutely insane, but they didn't choose it against ULF, and it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, and you might be thinking, why is Redgar on the roster? Obviously, Redgar got switched. He came in as a substitute for Martux. Martux has a job. I mean, that's the thing. Our normal people, or let's say normal people in Valorant, wouldn't probably understand
look like he has
that.
A job, to be fair.
Yeah. So Martux not being able to play this, Redgar is the stand-in. And obviously, when we compare the achievements between these two IGLs, Redgar is obviously way further ahead. Martux was playing like average Jonas Winter Cup around the same time Redgar was fighting in the Champions 2021 final. finals and had already 2 Masters titles under his belt. One was the CIS Masters, other one was Masters Berlin, where they absolutely 3-0'd Envy in the finals. But I think this switch in the IGLs, this substitute, kinda takes out the identity of Bitfix Gaming.
Sure.
It takes out the IGLing of Martux, who has a really crucial understanding of their funky compositions, as I would say, and Martux has had heavy hand in creating those compositions. So I think that we saw that from yesterday. Obviously, the banning Lotus, obviously it was the second ban, but to me, Martux is incredible for this team, and he's one of the best Deadlock players out there. But not to be worried. Not to be worried. There was a tweet that Martux put out. Don't worry, I'm back soon. So if you are one of the Martux fans alongside me, he's gonna be back soon. Not quite for this game, but he's coming back.
Not today though, yeah. Not on the most important game of well, I mean, is it important? Swings and roundabouts, they can't actually come out of the group stage. But either way, they could get an ascension point as far as I'm aware by coming in second place if they do well enough today. And also they just make things a little bit awkward for Koi Phoenix. But maybe they have a bit of a grudge against ULF and want to let Koi Phoenix get through. I don't know how that kind of thing works. Either way, I kind of want to see Koi Phoenix get through. This is an exciting team, and there is so much going on here that is very positive for the region, for the roster, and obviously for Movistar Koi as an organization.
Yeah, and I think Pika is one of the players that we really want to highlight. Obviously, talking about the IGLs, Redgar, Martux. Pika is one of those players that doesn't quite have the extensive record compared to like Redgar, obviously. He has just made his way into the VCL last year, qualifying with the Imperium Gaming. But already on the second season in VCL, he was really close in getting the challenges. Now, on his third season, he is here leading up this roster. It's incredible to see. And Koi Phoenix actually almost went unbeaten during the Stage 2 season. They played 11 games, only 1 loss to UCAM, which they eventually got revenge in the grand finals. Sure, the Spanish region, they do like their best of 2, so there are some draws in there as well, but I think the record is still impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, it definitely is, and partly in thanks to a talented player on their team. Globex obviously doing numbers for Movistar Koi Phoenix. Look at that ACS, KDA of 2.7 over the course of this year. Yeah,
Globex are obviously hopping in now instead of Monster. Monster got promoted to the Koi main roster, so Globex coming into this tournament. I'm really happy to see. He's insanely skilled Omen main and was a crucial part in terms of Koi Phoenix getting the win over Ulf. Globex, he's been kind of mainly playing this Omen, but he did go on to be like Chippy Chappa's main duelist after Umu left for Papar, super massive. Also, he had a quick visit to Mena where he just spammed Phoenix and Neon. But I'm glad to see that he's back onto that Omen because he's incredible. That result yesterday already showed that, and I'm really happy that it's Globex that is replacing Monster on this roster because he already showed yesterday. He was obviously topping the boards, but incredible in terms of that team involvement as well.
Yeah, well, we mentioned this before with Bitfix Gaming coming into this game, and we kind of mentioned that maybe Redgar has changed the way that this might work, but let's just mention it again. Bitfix Gaming's record on Lotus and their composition is such a talking point, or was such a talking point for us in the Northeast stage. As you can see, a very interesting composition with 3 Sentinels, but they have a 100% win rate on this map, and that's actually more than it suggests here with the game's 5 games that were right. It's way more than that. They have won every single game that they have played. I think it's 13, something like that, 13 games in a row. And yes, 12. Okay,
this
so
year,
look, maybe not all of those were against teams that you might see in Challengers EMEA, right? But I don't think that changes it, right? Having a 100% win rate on any map over a period that long is such an impressive feat. And it really disappoints me that we did not see that coming out. Maybe, yes, it's because of roster changes, but surely still the core is there for it.
Yeah, but I do think that identity of understanding the whole composition, obviously Redgar is one of the most talented IGLs there. He can really, I would say quite easily pick up almost any composition, but that is a composition that I would probably guarantee that he hasn't played previously. He doesn't maybe know all of the strengths, all of the weaknesses, maybe he doesn't know how to call properly on that. So we saw Lotus being banned actually from Bitfix Gaming. Obviously that was the second ban, but to me that speaks volumes in terms of Bitfix Gaming not being comfortable in going to Lotus, which was their really comfortability map. Obviously in the end the decider map would have been Ascent, which is really good for them as well, but I just miss that Matrix influence, that deadlock coming through. And I wonder if we are actually gonna see Lotus here today or Ascent. Who is gonna pick up the deadlock? Is it gonna be Redger? Because I don't think that's really Redger's cup of tea. But this map video, I think it's really interesting. Are we seeing that Lotus? Is Bitfix Gaming comfortable going there? Or is it gonna be the Pearl again that they kind of picked up yesterday?
It is not banned out. Obviously, they were looking towards floating it. It's Pearl that gets picked by Movistar Koi Phoenix this time around. And yeah, I think the thing is, my worry for Bitfix Gaming is once they get rid of that interesting identity. There we go! Yeah!
Okay.
Woo! We're back at Lotus. We're seeing Lotus no matter what. And this, I mean, look, this is their biggest test, right? 12 wins in a row. None of them against teams maybe like this, right? Movistar Koi Phoenix is going to be the deal, right? If they manage to get that win on Lotus here, that really cements that streak of wins. If they don't, then, you know, you can call into question whether it was just because they were against opponents in NE that weren't as prepared against it. But yeah, as you touched on, MP, I think without that kind of identity, without that interesting triple Sentinel Lotus, Bitfix Gaming turns into a pug team, right? It turns into just a team that is, you know, comfortable with each other, but they're just any other team. When you have that Lotus involved, you have that intimidating identity to the team. It suddenly becomes less of a just team that blends into the background. It's more one that actually stands out.
Yeah, but it is really interesting to see how the dynamic goes. Who is going to pick up the deadlock? Is it going to be Redgar, or are they going to switch up composition? Are they going to go more traditional in terms of that? I also love the Pearl pick from Koi Phoenix. Obviously they had an incredible Pearl yesterday, 13-5 against not yesterday, previously that they played in Pearl, 13-5 against UCAM. Bitfix Gaming, they had a terrible Pearl yesterday against Ulf, that was 5-13. So this is maybe a counter pick from Koi Phoenix. They are like, okay, let's go to Pearl. It's fine for us, and it didn't seem to be that good for Bitfix Gaming, and I really love this call from them. They're kind of sticking with the same composition that they had previously throughout their normal season. Bitfix Gaming, obviously, they had incredible record in Pearl as well. Before that match against Wolf Esports, they had 4-0, obviously 100% win rate, but yesterday they got absolutely demolished here.
Yeah, well, this is going to be an interesting map. Obviously, we're expecting Koi Phoenix to get the advantage started here on Pearl, on their map pick, right? Bitfix then to try to bring things back with their, you know, their trap card, as it were, right? Going into Lotus, getting things started. That's the storyline that we're looking at starting off here on Pearl for Koi Phoenix. So I'm hoping to see a 3-map series from these two here, because otherwise, you know, all likelihood we're seeing that Lotus dream smashed by the team that will be getting through into playoffs here in Challengers EMEA. But either way, this is going to be exciting stuff, regardless of the stakes involved in the game, regardless of the fact that Bitfix Gaming cannot get out of the group stage. There is still stakes, it's still important, and then we're going to be ending today off with a banger series anyway. So no matter what happens, I want you guys to be sticking around for this whole series, for the next series as well. And then we're done with the group stage, we're on to playoffs. So much stuff to get through. Obviously, we've got another 4 days after this, so you've got plenty of time to watch everything, to catch up with everything. And yeah, I think this game is a good way to round out Group A.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though we have 4 days still coming up of Valorant, I agree with you. I want to go all the way to the 3rd map, Ascent. I really like to see what Bitfix has cooked in Ascent. Are they going to stick with the same composition? How Redgar's implementation have worked out there? Is he going to bring something different? Is he familiar with this double Sentinel composition? That is always interesting when you switch up your IGLs mid-tournament. Is it going to, or rather have a substitute IGL? But the dynamic, it's always gonna shift. I wonder whether it could actually be something that someone else, maybe Syntix, kind of picks up the calling in Lotus, kind of leads up to Redguard being like, okay, this is our setup, you usually fight that place, fight with this utility, that. Or are they just gonna go completely switch up the composition, maybe endanger their win streak on Lotus, or what is going to happen there? Well, I think it's going to be incredibly interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, you bring up a good point with the switching of the IGLs. Like, of course, now they have one official under their belt. Possibly Redgar is feeling a little more comfortable with the team, feeling a little more, you know, able to kind of meet them on their level. And that's what I'm hoping for when we, well, even seeing the Lotus pick, right, that indicates some level of comfortability with the team, with the team's established strategies, and hopefully there is a little more cohesion with them, right? Because that's not what we saw yesterday. Well, we didn't see it, but, you know, it's not what we saw in the game versus ULF, right? It looked like a completely different Bitfix to what we expected. Yes, they were against a Turkish team. We know how impressive Turkish teams are, but I think for Bitfix, there's a lot more to be expected. Hopefully we see a little bit of it today, but either way, it is going to happen one way or another, and it will happen with Hazza and Kyra.
Thanks, guys. Look, really enjoyed the desk, firstly. I have to say, I think we hit a lot of really important points there. The question on my mind is this Redgar's vision of Bitfix, or is this Bitfix retaining the same ideas that got them to this tournament in the first place? Because right now, it's looking like the former, and for me, that's a problem.
Yeah, I think it really could be as well. Obviously, we know Martix is coming back. We've already established this, but I feel for me, Hazza, well, we've been talking a lot about Bitfix. We've got to be looking at Movistar Koi and how they interact with how Bitfix are going to play this, right? This is a big day for Movistar Koi, and yeah, they'll be wanting to secure those playoffs well and truly.
Absolutely. Just to remind everyone at home, he's Scottish, not Spanish, so we forgive him for any mistakes made. But I completely agree with what you're saying. As the second academy team to become a regional champion, Koi will now be looking to become the first to make the playoff stage of an EMEA event. Of course, KC Blue Stars, their rivals in many different tournaments across many esports, will also have that opportunity against Focus later on. But I think they're in a fantastic position after that first win in the group, and now against a struggling Bitfix should be the shoe-in choice here. But starting out on Pearl, you can tell they're very comfortable with how their map pool is looking, picking into a weakness of their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, both teams work in different extremities. Bitfix have chosen A as where they want to make any sort of aggressive moves, as for Movistar Koi, they are heading into the weaker of the two sites, but not weaker in utility. You've got to consider the Vise is here.
So Kappa has managed to just TP past all of that initial utility, left to his own devices. But Zach will be able to thrive, and it's a second kill from him as well to just completely eliminate the defense on B. Retake set up, you've got both initiators and Razis here to capitalize. There's a flank coming through from Olazera though.
Yeah, he's primed in prime position and calling for his team that they're about to come out, but that's a bit messy. He's ended up with a team kill.
That's not how you wanted to start the retake. Sure, you get one kill back, but Olazera still not yet considered. Redgar finding another, but that defuse is yet to be worked on. Open plant means that Olazera can continue to play discipline. He's not hungry for the kills. He just knows that the round is won, so long as... Oh, it was won before he even knew it, in fact. Peeking out there from heaven, Movistar Koi, Phoenix getting the pistol.
Yeah, very well played by Movistar Koi, and I think like it was fairly easy for them. Sure, Zach Kappa has done well on the entry, but I don't feel as if there was much resistance in Bitfix, and not realising where their weaknesses were on the site. Maybe getting a little bit too focused on other parts of the map.
And in terms of what Movistar Koi are doing well here, there's a pretty defined meta in Spain. The top two teams, both them and UCAM, are running the same 4 of 5 agents on this map. The only difference is the Sentinel choice, opting for the Cypher, whereas UCAM play the Vice. You know, they look very comfortable, and as I say, look, while there are maps like Icebox, which are their Instaban, and Split as well, where, you know, they need to work on it a bit. It's shown that it does require improvement, but they have been able to take results. There's a solid 5 maps in there that they can play around with, and so with Bitfix not really having the history here on Pearl, Redgar as an IGL as well, it does feel like a simple choice. But to start this round, in damage traded in middle, and a B execute coming into a stacked site.
Yeah, that's a stacked site, but it's stacked in terms of weaponry, sure. Bitfix got a couple back, but for the most part, I would say that you still well and truly favour Movistar Koi. Not even an upgrade or anything. Redgar's trying to probe through the backlines, and I like this because it shows like a different angle of approach for maybe future rounds. But for me, I mean, you're expecting this to be done in Movistar Koi's favour.
Yeah, it's the health pool, right? 17 points of HP between Lamelli and Redgar. Quicks here playing late, maybe just waiting for the salvos to come back up. If they can take some of these guns off the board, then that's a win in their eyes.
Maybe they're just trying to, like, yeah, as you say, like, wait for exits perhaps, but yeah, very well played. And off of one another, you could say, for Koi. I think that's the other aspect to this. Like you say, like for Bitfix, it's not really a big map for them, but I always remember, and this is like going back to Tier 3, so apologies for folks who might not be aware, but when Syntux and Martux was kind of kicking about in the Beacon circuit when that was around, they did like to play this map a lot, sure. We don't have Martux here, but I think like there'll be some similar ideas, and they should have some idea of how to play this map.
That's the big thing so far. What is kept the same and what has changed with this alteration in leadership, and that's something that will continue on into future rounds, as this is the rifle round. And Razis, flicking through the smoke, is able to pick off Olizera, and with the main side of the split push lost, do Koi want to commit to this? It feels like they're starting to look elsewhere, and I'm not sure that drone's going to have been heard either, so Bitfix do have good information.
They do. I think this is really nice, and I think that the decision-making from Koi is even better, realising that they would have had to have cleared out main as well as deal with Flowers and Secret, but this is getting worse for wear right now.
The pack is wondering, like, every single time we have one player isolated, they're just getting deleted, and so all 3 will cross the vice wall. Actually, it's Guardi that gets caught on the other side, so only 2 players on site, 2 to defend it, and Syntix finding the double. Pika just the one. Guardi now holding on to the Outlaw. 2 players in striking distance, 2 with heavy shields. Anything on the way back out here would be nice with 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
The fact that you have so much time to play around with, but the problem being, as soon as you're identified, look at the hold ready to descend upon you. Very nice round from Bitfix, and it's come through identifying the extremities as a way to gain advantages, right? And it's playing in packs of 2 that they've been able to get that over the line. Just, I mean, Movistar Koi show their presence in mid, and that's where the extremity call comes from.
Into the next gun round, it looks like Koi are going to be doubling down on the A main control. I can see Olizera is there again, but once more it does feel like a default, and this time mid the focus again. That playthrough art was cut short as Razis is pushing again the same position, but he has support this time.
Oh, lovely flash.
Brilliantly played. The capitalization is there, so first bloods in back-to-back rounds for Razis. And I mean, in terms of the reaction from both teams, the drone in main and Koi starting to path through connector, looks very much the same.
Yeah, it does. I totally agree. Not only that, right? Like there was a knife that was able to identify more players in mid. So right now, Bitfix Gaming doubling up, and we've got to be looking towards the explosion out from lane, and Lamelli not prepared whatsoever.
Zach to find the kill. The difference with this round is that Guardi is there with the rest of the team, or Globex I should say, and he's the one involved. All 4 players pushing out. Now down to 3 in a 3-on-3. Retake coming in, and it's those same 3 faces from the pistol round. There is no second layer for the attack this time, though.
There isn't. There is one star that's just been placed down, so that's the last of Astra utility. The players coming back in, though, they only really have a tail belt to work with.
This is invested, it just flushes out Guani! 3 kills, 3 clean kills that put Koi up to their 3rd round.
Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous stuff. This flash, though, really nice set play from Bitfix, and it's something they've been trying for a couple of rounds now. Syntax and Lomelio trying to play on that B site together, and it's been hot and cold, let's be honest, right? Apart from, well, 2 rounds, we've seen fail out of 3, as that's where the final spike has gone down. So that's one to keep your eye on.
The money is just about hanging in there for Bitfix, but this is a nice bit of early utility from Koi. You can see with Fade in the comp, Pika, it's a pick which Foot were using in VCT EMEA quite a bit. That tether and the salvos is very strong, but I'm focused on Olazera right now in mid, and he seems to have Razis caught. So much success from those first bloods goes silenced. And this is a brilliant place to build from if you're Koi.
The timing's insane because Syntax has moved away as well. You've got to be looking at the Euro here. Now 1 versus 1 versus Quicks. Doesn't realise it just yet. And the support there. Pika gone. Globex gets the trade. So right now, Koi in prime position to get this one off the line.
Yeah, it's exactly as you say it, that second layer. And now Olazera roaming around Connector, considering the sewers. But so are Bitfix. They're not sold on this. They're worried about the potential of a flank, and in fact, it has called off the retake in its entirety. Redgar still has the Sheriff, so he's one of the stragglers that would have been looking to try and do some damage on the way out, but Olazera is going to carry them through. A 4th for Phoenix.
Yeah, like right now, Koi are playing really well on this map. I think as well, like just for me, just to kind of pull the dial back a little bit and think about like previous iterations and players playing in inter-regional tournaments. I always think about Olazera, right? If you remember his time in GTZ, yeah, you know exactly where I was going with it. Played like as a Phoenix on that roster, and has really like kind of regressed in terms of how aggressive he is on the pack, looking for lurking positions obviously now on a Cypher. Like the progression of him as a player is really nice to see as well.
Yeah, that event was Ascension Play-ins 2023. That was the first inter-regional that you and I had the privilege of covering. And you look at even the teammates that he had on that roster as well. I think it's important to mention he was paired up with Camo, who we know from Liquid now, Robbie BK, formerly of Gentlemates, and even as coach Lohan as well, who is also with Liquid. And when you consider this Koi Academy team as a whole as well, I think for me, I see a different line of thought in terms of how it was constructed when I compare it to Liquid and, you know, maybe even KC as well, the other 2 Academy teams that have also made EMEA events, in that it's rehoming talents that were already of, you know, either high playoff grade or potentially even EMEA tournaments. The only exception to that is our good friend Pika, right? Someone who cut his teeth in the grassroots of Northeast before moving to Spain. Someone who also comes from a rich background of teammates. Rudy, the current 100 Thieves assistant coach, was
that's crazy.
A partner of his for a very long time. But, I mean, yeah, sure, Koi have picked up a lot of well-known talents, but in terms of the calling right now, I think, you know, Pika's been making some pretty solid reads.
I would agree. A lot of importance has been placed towards mid from Koi. I don't know if this is a read into how Bitfix typically play or whatnot. This is how they actually want to go about the business here on Peril. But I always worry about the importance placed towards mid from teams, because you have to ask the question, how do you break out of the mid and make it valuable in terms of getting that spike down, etc. We'll probably see it here with the ultimate. There is 3 players for Bitfix here.
Well, that's the value that Koi are getting from this position, because it's such a late heads up for Bitfix, and now Syntix is caught between two minds, playing from the pillar. Redgar trying to support with that Sheriff that he still has in hand, but the hand cannon will not fire off a further shot. Olizera slipped right between two players. Redgar has an idea about this, but it's the last thought that crosses his mind. Down to a 2-on-2. Bitfix have found kills, but they've still not found Olizera. The hat off his head, he gets one more, but so does Raz's 5 HP. The information sits with Zach though. He's going to play off this to great success. 5 rounds for Movistar Koi. They have not stopped since the first rifle.
No, they haven't, and they're doing really well. That B split, really nicely played. And I just feel as if like Bitfix are playing catch up for the most part. I think Raz's has been like the biggest highlight for them on that defense, playing on the front foot. But I don't know, like it feels like they're just a little bit static, if that makes sense, Hazza, because you think towards it that they're stacking these sites, trying to play around them, and giving so much free real estate towards Movistar Koi.
Well, I like this. Aggressive look from Bitfix, plunging through mid into Scuba, taking the dive, but the ult finds nothing.
But look where they retreat, right? They're still holding on towards this mid, and this is the first time we've seen them do that.
My only concern is that it is just Razis here. The reposition from Quicks and Redgar is a little bit slower.
And it's not only
the CIS players couple up.
Yeah, I understand that utility can support Razis here, but when the re-engage happens, there's no tradability.
That's the concern raised. Quicks just reconfirming the information. The steps would have been heard from the high gear. Olizera knows that Razis is light on his feet. Just perhaps questioning if now into this second phase of the round that the salvo's coming back up, could Bitfix be looking for a bit more proactivity? He's the one stationed to defend that, but the rest of the group is already well worked towards this B-long execution, which Bitfix have cottoned onto, and caught a brilliant timing with the ult, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with this being, right, the noise is cut. They don't know if this is actually going to be the B site, and Olizera has the timing.
But does he expect that second player? Lamelli removed. 10 seconds or less. That spike is so far away, I don't know if it can be planted in time. You've got to beat Razis to get there first, and as he hits the bullet onto Guardi's head, the round is already over. He's won it for them. Movistar Koi maybe overcooking things just a little bit there. They did compliment the in-game leader of Pika, but I think you had to still commit to that B play there after the null command. There just wasn't enough space or time.
Yeah, 100% agree. Or even go for the quicker rotation through art. That's where Olizera pathed out from. Obviously, there's a chance from Connector, but as you say, well overcooked. Well played by Bitfix, has to be said. Managing to get that delay. You look at the money, and it's still teetering on disaster.
Literally 5 seconds more is the difference, as Bitfix continuing to make aggressive moves through Razis, supported by the flash of Redgar, has control in the club, and it's going to drop back. I've used every fibre of my being not to say we all fam there, so.
Big information through the 0-point knife. Oh, still though, Movistar Koi will begin their inquisition through mid. And I think like a lot of the time they're really thinking about where this wall could be from the Vice. Seems to always be an early notification for the players that are about to hit the site. And this wall, it's just allowed the players to jump over.
Yeah, it is going to be a steel garden coming in, but Pika has the shorty, happy to play close. He's the one that drops the spike in. And with control of both of these lanes here, the only real threat right now has to be Razis on the flank.
Needs to win this 1 versus 1. It's a big duel, and well, Olizera, I think, just got a glimpse of a foot. Cosmic Divide back in from the defense as well. This is going to force a little bit of panic here for Koi. He's trying to get back in, and do so successfully. A lovely double there to make it 3 on the round, and well, from here Olizera is on for the ace. It will be stolen away from Zach Kappa by Zach Kappa. It's going to be 6-2 on the half.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of research last night. Olazera was queuing ranked into the early hours of the morning, so I'm surprised to see that he looks this sharp. But every player has a different routine. Globex even coming into this team shakes things up a bit, but he was talking in the post-match interview about how they've been looking to implement things. They've got, 1 hour theory sessions before games. They only had 3 to 4 days of scrims when Monster departed to the main roster for Stage 2 and other external competitions. But it's looking to fit quite snugly, especially with former teammates here as well. And Pika, quick double to start the round. This was the eco. Doesn't look like we're going to get too much more out of that from Bitfix.
Seems to be the case. Little, an ulti that has little impact sometimes, but very good when it comes to the mid-round. Zach Kappa finds himself on the forward line. And I think from here, Bitfix, they've got no way in. I don't even know if they'll be able to make this expensive, considering the money that Movistar Koi have in pocket.
Well, there's damage on a couple players here. If Lamelli can catch another burst like that, maybe there's a conversation to be had. He's going to group up with Redgar, but it's such a tight choke. And with the crossfire setup and the Nebula not lasting any longer than just a fake, it's a real shot in the dark.
That it is. I think that's always good, like when we're in these positions, though, to take a wider look at how things have been going, because we've been talking about Pika and the roster success and how they're being set up, and you're talking about like the theory sessions, etc. And I think as well, like the other aspect that you've got to be considering is the coaching staff, right? Because while we've had a timeout, I don't imagine we'll be getting a timeout from Movistar Koi on this half. But the coaching staff have been doing a terrific job, and a lot of the community really. I don't want to like approach the subject, but there was a lot of talk about the coaching staff getting a chance at promotion to the main roster.
Yeah, that's very true. It's Yabba that we're talking about, affectionately coined the Yabba Dabba Doo before on some of the Spanish commentary. Okay, but the round at hand is opened up immediately, and I guess we can just continue podcasting it. It's mid, which is overran by Koi as they're now looking to end on A. Yeah, he coached Go Next at Ascension last year, so he's kind of been in these situations before, these EMEA campaigns, knows what it takes to prepare for a variety of teams. And right now, they're looking pretty well equipped. You're always expecting that Puggy style, and as we saw yesterday in other games, that doesn't necessarily work out too well.
It's always hit or miss, right? I feel as if Puggy styles are... When it comes down to it, it's how the individuals are playing, and Zach Kappa, if I'm not mistaken, did just jump into there, unfortunately, and lose his life for it. So, in a 4 versus 3, it's somewhat doable if you get the chance, and Syntax has, keeping it somewhat close. But instead, Koi will just sprint across the finish line. 8-2 so far on Peril.
Yeah, it was a really, really well played post plant from them there. I mean, Zach overheating a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be an issue for them so far. Into another eco, sort of carrying that conversation onwards as well. A statistic I found really interesting that was brought to my attention just last night. On Bitfix's behalf, and Redgar specifically, is that, and this will feel like a real Mandela effect moment, is that he hadn't played Pearl in an official until the start of this year, Cairo.
That's crazy, man.
It didn't exist when he was on Mech and Gambit. On Liquid, it was always their Instaban. And on Giants and Giant X, it wasn't in the pool either. So the funny counter to that is he's shown it in his last 3 officials, every official he's played since leaving VCT, but only has 1 win. So I think there are definitely questions about just this map specifically and how he approaches it, as we do have stronger ones coming up for Bitfix.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a wild one, though.
Yeah, that is a bit of a mental statistic to bring out. For a minute there, I was like, surely we don't see Razis like just pop a couple domes here, right? still to be the case. But I guess that just kind of shows you the circumstances in which like players find themselves all across the board. I'm trying to think of like some other mental stats that we've had this year. I mean, it's like that 13-0-1, right? Like you think there would have been one since we saw Fnatic win against Oglu, but I mean, finally has been beaten.
Yeah, it has, but we focus on the round at hand because Bitfix are here to win it. It's a 3-on-3 situation now. Redgar landing one with the Sheriff, but Koi fighting forwards towards Spawn. Another multi-kill for Guardi, and that is going to be their 9th on the half.
Last round before the switch.
I feel like just as you get excited, it gets taken away. It's kind of like driving by McDonald's and your mum's like, don't worry, we have burgers at home, right? Like,
nobody has burgers at home, let's be honest.
Yeah, I know. Tesco's own, mate.
You're in the freezer.
Yeah,
you are
exactly.
in the freezer.
And I think Bitfix right now are in the freezer because they are cold on Peril. Feeling it. Need to put their jacket on. We look towards A main though because there's 6 players lined up against one another.
And it's the util combo here as well. Razis gets by it. Second kill would have been fantastic. He's going to have to settle for one and let the captain clean up. Bitfix with a double pick to start the round off. But Koi going back to their protocols and starting to reinvestigate through middle. Olizera is already so deep and could soon find himself behind enemy lines.
And he's done this so many times, finding gaps in which to manipulate, but he needs to be careful of the timing behind him.
Does Lamelli get there? No. Olizera's walking in front. Slashing down the former Masters winner. He will be traded, but the onslaught is ready to come in. It's a 2-on-2 on spot, but once that spike plant comes through, Guardi is gonna have the ult, so Bitfix want to try and deny this if possible.
It's not gonna happen though. I still wouldn't doubt McCoy getting this one over the line. And well, they're just gonna send the ulti in.
Oh, where do you go? Into Globex, of course. Still guarding this Nebula with his life. Guardi on spot holds up his end of the bargain. It's looking like 10 for Koi. That's unless Jamal can get back on the ball here and touch it over the line. Just about keep them in it. The Cosmic Divide is available and he wants to reverse engineer it. That's a brilliantly played clutch from Lamelli. And so, with a small win for Bitfix, they hang in there at the end of the first half.
Give himself a lifeline to move on to on the next half, but it will be a tall order to ask from what looks like a well-oiled movie star Koi Academy side. What can Bitfix show us on this next half with a stand-in IGL?
Into the second half, Movistar Koi will have to settle for 9 rounds. The 10th stolen away by a clutch from Lamelli. but still so much work to be done beyond those individuals for Bitfix. They changed this comp coming in to their EMEA campaign away from the Euro that was working for them. The vision has certainly been different, but there has been some success in spells from this KO flashing players in. So let's see if the A main start for the pistol can get any better.
Raz has already taken 40 health away from himself just by moving through those salvos. It's not only that, like, in pistol rounds, health can be so important just because the bullets can be minimal damage, or a long range Ghost is what, 70 odd bits of damage? Could cost Raz's later on. As for now, Bitfix, they move towards mid.
Yeah, Ghost headshot off the top of my head's like 105, but range dependent, classic 78.
Yeah.
Valid point raised. In terms of the setup for Koi, it was a quick look towards A main, a face check, and now a 4-1 split coming in from Bitfix. Same approach that we saw from the defending side on their pistol round, but this time they have site control.
Raz is up close. 3 players close by, but wants nothing to do with it whatsoever. Spike down. Redgar looking to be burned on site because no way of getting out, but the right click might be able to bail him out, but that reload won't. We're back to 4 apiece. Players still incredibly low on Bitfix. Olizera trying to fight this all by himself as the players of Koi are yet to make their ingress through the site. Protecting him. No one's denying this. Olizera's just going to stick, and it's 10 for Koi.
Yeah, there was 44 points of HP between 3 players there. Syntix was so disciplined in terms of main and not peeking out, but there gets to a point where you need to take a timing, especially when Globex is still alive with those Astra Stars, and so the smoke gets placed, they go for the stick, and it's a cleanup from that man exactly at the end.
It's insane. Especially when you hear that tap, like, I know you don't want to panic and that's the worst thing that could possibly happen, but there's always got to be that consideration of, like, are they just going to stick it right? Fast, quick play through mid here. As the players look for something, but that cam's already spotted 2 at least is through R, and this is where the spike is going.
Yeah, Bitfix just maybe trying to condition these fast A pieces a little bit in terms of the heads up. I mean, there's less of it than B long, right? You have good combos.
I think the only thing is about that, those salvos that were just put in, they didn't manage to break any Cypher utility. So right now, like, there's still so much passive information that's being bought by Cypher.
And if you also look at Koi Phoenix right now, Zach is supported on B where he wasn't previously. There was a window where that rotation could have been huge. Knife dodges Olizera, rather the other way round. He has all of his utilities set up and is going to make sure that Bitfix pay maximum punishment for walking into it. Globex with the triple. That's number 11 on their own map selection of Pearl. A punish pick, I think it's fair to say, when you looked at the veto. Things will get better for Bitfix, or at least they should, in terms of where they head later on. But into this bonus round, there is a very real chance that Koi already have their sights set on playoffs.
It could be the case, mate, especially with how dominant this map has been as well, just on a sheer point alone. Like, Bitfix confidence might not be in the best place. Looks as if it will be a quick B-pop as we see once again this Neon going through. And this is what Bitfix game plan will be. It should be short, staggered bursts across the map to gain space, but Koi moving with the ebb and flow of the map. And Razis just walks out.
Yeah, it's a great timing from Razis, and another opening kill from him. Really suffered in that metric so far this competition. He's at a 0.41 first deaths per round, so sort of 41% of rounds you're seeing him be that first player to get taken out. But this time it looks like he's getting the value from it. And what's more, in fact,
I mean, if you're feeling yourself, you may as well. Razis has had impact round to round. The only issue...
Redgar has a flash.
I mean, he could send it through, but the players identify correctly by using the Prowler. Bitfix are the ones winning these fights. And, well, will do so successfully. That will be 4. And at least they're keeping themselves alive a bit longer.
Yeah, Redgar still has that flash, by the way. I don't know, it was Zach's own blind. He got shot through the smoke, and Razis feasts from it, finds 2 more. That's something I was talking about, you know, his entry work, because you're talking of a player here who had played in the qualifiers of East, Dark, Spain, and then finally Northeast this year before breaking into Challengers. And a lot of his complaints at times were, you know, I'm not getting trials for teams, I'm not finding success. It's the system of Bitfix, the consistent system that has been built for over a year at this point that he's slotted into. One of the huge questions with Redgar coming in as the sub is he going to be able to facilitate his strengths? And right now, I think it's looking like he is, to be honest.
That's really nice.
At least on this map.
Yeah, the drone being able to pick up the Cypher there allows allows all the utility to be destroyed here on the B site, forcing Koi to be present and ready to fight. Bitfix now have a big gap through middle that they can perhaps try and move, but there will be contact taken by one of the Koi players.
Quix is still hanging around right on the edge of B. I think those salvos should be intended for the bottom of lane so that the players can push in, and that's what's going to happen. He is the one isolated from the rest. There's the push heading in sightwards. Quix is going to get taken out solo, and well, Bitfix are bailing from the situation.
Yeah, they've realised that they've lost like a big part of the push with the fact that main's being routed out, so they start to head towards A. But it's the same scenario when you look at where we're seeing Globex playing from. He's been played in perfectly.
It's the same choke, same result perhaps. Bitfix have found a couple of kills back in the conversation. Lamelli adding to it. The plant goes in with a second to spare. And so if Olizera had managed to find his way through Art there, it was half a chance for denial, but Lamelli is the safest pair of hands that Bitfix have in the server right now. So much impact with every passing kill. They do get out of the round unscathed.
Yeah, they do, and I think it all comes through being able to fight through A successfully. I was worried that Globex would have been played in to just go and wipe the floor clean with Bitfix. Not the case. And at what point do we start to consider this a proper comeback? Because at the minute, the defence's economy is not looking too hot.
In my mind, I always say, you know, bring it within 2 rounds. We get to 11-9, and then Movistar Koi Phoenix should be worrying about things, because that's when the economy cycle starts to factor in as well. You can see here, they're already on an eco, and in terms of money, it's going to be, you know, in and out the saddle, the weapons they're able to have, and look, this is just the ramifications of it. Razis has brought an outlaw to the table. That's going to be cutting through these guys like a hot knife through butter. Every single player light shielded, so one thing that they can do in this round, though, is make a bigger gamble, you know, stack a site, and it looks like that might be what they go for on B.
Yeah, 3 players towards this side. I mean, Bitfix are slowly beginning to combine their forces here, but with the fact that they are being so slow to do this, it's allowing Koi a chance to get themselves into a stack.
The only caveat to it would be that Bitfix have heavily conditioned this A-site pivot late round, but Koi are happy to just commit to this. Peak is already low. Razis runs through him like a train, and that should be that in terms of this half buy. Zach's still a few kills away from the ult. Globex not wanting to invest his. Razis can continue to farm confidence. Oh, Globex has gone around the world. I don't know how he's missed him there.
He's getting players up close and personal as well as they're trying to send it towards him. I thought he was going to get at least one more. Not the case. But towards the next round, because I think there's not much really to talk about from this one here, Hazza. There's that cosmic divide, right, that Movistar Koi will be able to use, and they have done so before. In terms of like the post plan, getting the spike down, etc. But as for the retake, it's also really successful, and we saw Lamelli do that on defense. So we need to see what sort of plans Bitfix come up with in post.
Yeah, the question is going to be getting to it first if A is where they want to head. As soon as you see both the KO and Neon players on the map there in A main, you know it's a flash toss to try and profit. They've taken the A main space, but in the process, Koi have also gone and face check middle. They've cleared out the position of Lameli, and now there's a big 1 versus 1 in spawn for flank control, as Olazera has been able to hold that line.
Yeah, that's the big point, is the fact that Olazera has done so well and still working around the utility, and well, has it with Zatkappa gone. This now becomes interesting. Bitfix still fighting through. This is getting worrying here. As the players are trying to find some security, it will end up giving Koi the 12th.
Brilliant triple kill from Guardi. He's popped up in so many of these rounds. Someone who knows what it's like to take a group stage exit. It was winless at Ascension 2024 with Barcelona. He was opposition to Olazera in that grand final as he was on UCAM last year. But yeah, I have to say, after those 4 narrow 2-1 defeats, it was a good learning experience for him, still only 21 years old, and the flag bearer for this team as a Spaniard in the side.
Taking that back.
Actually, equally, A main fight, not really going anyone's way, just a shake of the hands. They're both happy to leave it as it is, but Bitfix had no sort of information towards there, so Redguard needs to be careful walking back through, so it maybe take a bit of time for Bitfix to finally be in position to send this A.
Retrieving flash.
They're taking their time. But again, Koi just know what the preference is in terms of these pushes. As you can see, Syntix has placed the Vice Wall outside of B on the edge of club. So
yeah,
there is the possibility that they look to hit that site late on and they have the flank protection. But more than anything, I suppose it's just also concerned of a player pushing that extremity because there's nobody there. It looks like they might just be faking through Rasis on B and see if they can pull a rotation.
I love this though because they've kept the Cypher of Olazera towards B, so when the Snull command comes in, I mean the other players can play off the Cypher utility.
It's all going to stay up. And I think the fact that Bitfix can see there are no offline traps has them slightly concerned that there are players here ready to farm off the back of them. One of them, Zach. Lameli getting a single kill, but look at the time. It is running out swiftly. This Cosmic Divide is a necessity to get that spike plant in. But Globex is just ready to peek off the back of it. And so Lameli put into a clutch, which he can't win, means that Movistar Koi Phoenix will take the first map of Pearl 13-6.
Just the game plan from the get-go was spot on from Koi. Bitfix look as if, I hate to use this term again because I used it yesterday, men against boys, right? Like, they knew exactly what they had to do. Bitfix almost floundering round to round. The attack side looked much better than the defense, but yeah, a lot left to be desired.
Yeah, and look, even coming into this map as well, we said, what version of Bitfix are we going to get? Is it the one which qualified to the event, or is it the one that's been forced to make a player change? And right now, it is feeling like Redgar's version, while built on some of the micro, you know, those KO flashes, Razis was enabled in a lot of situations. The overall game plan wasn't as rigid as Koi. They've come in with this selection of Pearl. It's looked really nice for them, and now they head into the rest of the veto with renewed confidence that they can find their spot in playoffs. But for now, that's all from myself and Cairo. We've got Lotus coming up for you, not before we hear from the analysts.
Sorry if I seem a bit shaken. I don't know what Koi Phoenix have done, but they have summoned a foul omen here because I just heard the longest thunderclap I've ever heard in my, like, genuinely like 20 seconds long. Anyway, doesn't matter. Whatever. That was a good map from Koi Phoenix. From start to finish, right? They looked in control. Bitfix Gaming definitely didn't look bad. They didn't look like what they looked like yesterday. And on a map like Pearl, where they're definitely not comfortable, I think it was a good performance. I think there's definitely positives to take into Lotus, of course, but yeah, Movistar Koi Phoenix definitely kind of in the driver's seat here for the whole time.
Yeah, I think Bitfix kind of had the same experience as you did. They're kind of shaken up from that. Honestly, I don't think this Pearl is that impressive from the iteration of Redguard that we have here. I think having the Yoru brings so much more into Pearl. You can have that Yoru solo, that B-long area, just be there, be a menace. On the other hand, when you have Neon, you kind of have to have that Neon maybe supported by a KO or Teho, which they did brilliantly. I think they did actually a really good job with that, but in the end I don't think it was quite enough. A lot of the times when they were kind of trying to make plays on the defensive side, yeah, it was Neon on the play, maybe Teho supporting with the salvos, maybe it was Redguard with the flashpoint as well, but on this other side of the map there was no aggression. It was way too passive and it didn't look good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can take a look at one of those rounds for me. I think you had some stuff prepared for round 8.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the most brilliant rounds of showing how Bitfix Gaming kind of fell flat with this composition. Obviously, this is a great play. They have a setup coming through when we look at here. KO, Neon at the same position, Teho on the double doors, planning to bring salvos around here as well. It is a decent play, and those set plays actually came through many times, but Bitfix Gaming this time around, they couldn't quite find that pick on the set play. After that, it kind of felt that the round was really flat. There was no other objective in the round, and when we look at the position currently on the map for Bitfix Gaming, they are scattered around all around this map, and then 2 double very passive positions here as well, which I don't really like on Pearl. When we play this round forward, we see Movie Star Phoenix or Koi Phoenix gaining a lot of ground here for free, absolutely completely for free. There's no one contesting this ground either. They just get completely free on the side. Sure, they use Cosmic Divide. Steel Garden comes through for the side of Bitfix Gaming, but there's no follow through in that either. And the plant just goes down instantly for free. And sure, there's a great flank coming for the side of Razzies, but in the end, it's not enough. It doesn't matter in that round. You were just way too passive. You gave the side completely to Koi Phoenix. The flank was red. Everything was on the control of Koi Phoenix. And Bitfix Gaming, they have to get more aggressive, more proactive.
Well, if there's anywhere they feel comfortable getting a bit more aggressive and proactive, it would be Lotus. This is really... I mean, we talk about teams having home grounds. This next map is... I mean, I don't even know how else to put it. Every game this year, they have won, and not just... You know, that's not just saying, oh, they played it 3 times, they've won it. They have played it 12 times, they have won it 12 times. It's been close a couple of times, but for the most part, they know what they're doing on Lotus. They've got an interesting comp. I'm interested to see if it stays the same with Redguard. We will find out very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Valorant.
depths of hell, maybe we're already there, too close to tell. In another life, we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face. I'm just a hot head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard of death, look, I'll visit you next. Just put my name on it next to your very last breath. I'm caught inside the
Back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everyone. It is time to get into our second map of our first series, and that is Movistar Koi Phoenix versus BitFix Gaming. And BitFix Gaming now 3-4-0 in terms of map losses, but now they are moving on to their undefeated map. They're moving on to Lotus, their map pick. They have not lost on this map in 12 series, 12 games that they have played it. Obviously, there have been some series that they haven't played it, but still. They have not lost this map for a very, very long time. And we can't overstate that, I don't feel like, enough, because that is their main saving grace here, right? They have not had a good time of it in the league. They're still playing it. Redguard is on the deadlock. They're still playing the Triple Sentinel. So this is what we have seen from BitFix. If you're not a Northeast viewer, if you haven't been watching Northeast, you might not understand where this kind of weird thing is coming from, right? BitFix have been playing this composition for a little while now, and it has been working for them in a way that we just haven't seen in any other fashion, right? And you can bring that down to, oh, you know, the competition in Northeast just isn't as good. You know, they're playing against Movistar Koi Phoenix here. They have a great win rate on this map as well. They're so good. At Lotus, it doesn't matter. For some reason, BitFix Gaming just have the script is written for them on this map, and we're going to see now if it can be broken, but it's hard not to have that little bit of hope for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're unbeaten with this composition, but obviously, I do imagine Koi Phoenix, they are strong here as well. Like you said, they have a strong record, but this composition, it's really hard to play against. You have so much utility. Sage with the elevation as well. I just wish there's someone who knows how to call, maybe Redguard knows how to call this composition. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, this might come down to the IGLs here. Is it going to be the integration of Redguard that works out, or the strategy, the defensive strategy of Pika that works out in favor? We're going to find out right now with Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, looking forward to getting into this one and seeing if anyone, Movistar Koi Phoenix in this case, can pry away a Lotus from the hands of BitFix. And for BitFix, can they hold on to a record which they have had for a long time now? 17 times in a row, 12 out of 12 with the same composition, and 8 of those wins in Northeast. But this is EMEA, it's a different kettle of fish entirely, and it's Syntix first to be tested.
Yeah, needs to be careful. He knows that players have hit in towards his trap, but tries to gain more than just the information. He only gets one. Zach Cap off the board. Pika's taking a lot of damage himself. He's calling for the support of his teammates.
In terms of how this post plant looks, still grass control for Olizera, now smoked off. But Koi already so far into upper. Could be a really strong crossfire here, and Olizera playing around the mesh as well. Is in a great position.
Yeah, Razes and Quex doing their work. Oh no, the ghost of Olizera not looking too good. And complacency maybe coming into this one for Koi, as the shots haven't been good, and the round looks even worse. Guardi at least able to get the first one on this board. Damage! An ace clutch coming through from Guardi. I said complacency and shots haven't been missed, but Guardi, he makes up for it.
A mechanical beast. 5 of the cleanest kills I've seen.
Oh my god.
I know that the Koi fans were calling Zach La Cabra, which means the GOAT, but I'm starting to think that Guardi might be able to take that title for himself. This is ridiculous. And for BitFix, just peek him together, man.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, if there's one way to make someone eat their own words, that's one way to do it, right? And Zach Kaba has the next round well underway, trying to assault and be main. Koi know exactly what tricks up the sleeve of Bitfix and I've dealt with it perfectly.
And always looking at this composition for Bitfix, it's about the defender's half, so not even being able to convert the pistol there in a 4 versus 1 is really going to sting as Lamelli is going to descend into the molten lava of the C site, the volcano in front of him as Guardi's on fire, making it a flawless finish. Yeah, you're talking about making changes. We've seen a lot of maps so far from Bitfix so far in this competition where they have pivoted away from what they've been good at. But this Lotus, in retaining the composition, Redgar is playing the Deadlock in this double Sentinel for the first time in his career. He has never played Deadlock before. So in terms of picking up the slack of the strat book, I want to know, like, how good can this be?
I think it's a fairly good question at all in, has it? Just on the sheer fact that obviously it's 2 different minds that are going to interpret the same comp, but also on top of that, right now it looks as if Koi are going to be a little more straightforward, especially considering they have the breach ult.
Gap close with that TP as well, so already Zach finds himself around the bend, and actually they're holding off a little bit. Guardi is going to tailor this towards Waterfall, and Koi can fully capitalize and take these fights if he does.
Oh,
they're already on the wall though, what's going on?
Mate, they're trying to deny the spike plant, which they've done so successfully, and perhaps the round as well. That quick rolling thunder hasn't got the value that they've been looking for. Koi not anticipating the tricks that Bitfix normally go for, just seeing the top of the head. Guardi gives himself away. You're just waiting for Bitfix to convert this one because they will not allow another 4 versus 1 to go the breach's way.
Yeah, it's a different story with a rifle in your hands. I feel like in this situation, I just would have loved to have seen that ult come in a couple seconds sooner, because you could see what the idea was. Koi realized, okay, actually, Zach has managed to make it into sight and there's nobody holding it directly. They wanted to ult through Waterfall, but they're just getting completely destroyed, and the wall with the off angle makes things that bit more quirky. The kind of things that you've got to be looking out for when you're against Bitfix here.
See Mound, another fight going to be taken on the front foot this time from Bitfix, and the disengage will be easy enough, but at the same time, all is there. If he won that second fight, would have been monumental in the way this round could have gone.
And they would have been offered away to the A site. It's very common positioning for the Deadlock player to be taking up here. I mean, imagine Redgar will have been written up on how it is that he's got to try and play this agent, and it's a lot of stall towards A. You put the barrier mesh up, very often you'll place the sonic sensor behind it, so Koi, in their default, have to interact with this deep control. They've waited for it to expire instead, and Zach straight on towards the door has forced Redgar to change his setup and call for reinforcements.
It is a slow scale though, so there will be time for Bitfix to get into position. Although Redgar now feeling the pressure of Koi. Quick trade down, but Zach Kappa sending this one home. And Lamelli,
30 seconds left.
in a 1 versus 3. You said it before. Cool head and
Spike
a
planted.
roster that hasn't found much success in this tournament. He'll get the first, but not much more than that. Koi done really well to get through what could be a tricky round.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been quite impressed with how Lamelli has done so far, but this wasn't to be his round. Well played from Koi to head towards A in the late round, where, as I say, you're going to very often see that barrier mesh get thrown, a deep sensor. It was a lot more passive this time, but the rotations called instantly, still not able to quite do it. Redgar has the ult, so does Quicks, the Nightfall and Annihilation. Another sand fight.
One which has no resistance whatsoever, although Dimensional Drift ready to send this one in, and no mistakes to be made from what we saw in the previous encounter on the C site. Although Bitfix, they're looking to just rotate straight into this one, sent through into CT. Zach Kappa unfortunately gets taken out.
Yeah, he didn't know about the second player either. Lameli was behind the smoke, so there's already at least 2 players here. Now 4. Ult gonna miss the open plant. Bitfix are in control completely.
Yeah, they have not made any mistakes when it comes to retaking the C site. They know what the roles are. Olizera, well, unfortunately he will not be able to get even a kill. A flawless round to come through from Bitfix Gaming.
Flawless.
Yeah, and to go back to what I was saying, Syntix was spotted as the Cypher player, and you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, that's the sole Sentinel, the anchor, but Lameli was right there. The paranoia on the retake was really nice, and you also just had Quicks picking up quite a few kills. Another player who is part of this Bitfix project, one of the newer pieces picked up, so new in fact. This stage, or this year, is his first stage of competing. He's only had recorded officials on VLR since the 10th of January, which is ridiculous.
That's mental. Expecting a flash, nothing comes through. No, Globex, unfortunately, he's caught out. There's another player here that could potentially be found as Olizera somehow manages to get out.
And at the very least, the sound sensor towards the root of A has been removed. The Prowler does catch on to one of those B main players, but there's util stacked in every choke. Movistar Koi needs to take their time and be diligent about how they approach this mid-round, as it's just a minute left for them to play around with. You're looking at Zach being the one with lots of utility to engage, those flashes, the Stinger and TP, and it's teed up the rest of his team.
Rifles to be picked up as well. Redguard from Hobbit. Wait,
who's that?
Have I just seen?
Who's that? That's not Redguard. that's insane. Full blind. You take those every day of the week. I mean, speak of a fragging IGL. You look at the last, 3 maps that he's played now. He top fragged their opener against ULF. He top fragged the one that they just lost against Koi on Pearl, and he's doing fairly well here. So maybe we got to be looking inside the rest of this squad to see who needs to be stepping up.
Yeah, 100%. Koi really starting to struggle against this triple initiator now, even though that last round seemed like it was something to work with. Hunter's Fury's not going to get much there either. It has pulled players across, but something that Bitfix are really good is being reactive to the round in front of them, right? They've already cleared out B main, now they start to pivot towards C.
It's going to be a lockdown coming in from Olizera to just reinforce this plant. Redguard has the annihilation again. The wall up is to try and spot any players over the smoke, but
no.
Zach is ready to lead this chase. Players forced to scarper from his position, but Koi are now in post.
They are. There's ultimates to come back in with, though. That's the only issue with this. My win towards CT, players are completely disconnected, and Bitfix need to be careful when they re-clear through. A 1-for-1, there's still one more, and Globex has done well, done his job, and more. He's denied this round completely from Bitfix, no chance, as the players on the spike have been taken out. Unbelievable from Movistar Koi moving through here. This will be a 4th for the Spanish side.
I mean, Globex has over-delivered in that instance, and Redguard hits another haymaker to get away with his rifle, so Bitfix will cling on to a little bit more. I liked the look from Koi in post to get a bit more aggressive, push back the defense from being able to firstly challenge that plant when the lockdown was also in play, and use some of their own ults. And then looking at things as well, heading into this next purchase with the op in play, is that Bitfix, are a more attacking team on this map, funnily enough. So how many more rounds should they be getting here? Because if you lose this, I think Koi should be up to 6.
Should be, is the key. We know Valorant has it, we know we can go a different way, and on top of that, the players decide to go towards A. You're looking at Razes here, operator in hand.
a 4K, I believe, on the final round of OT to win it against Zero Tenacity with the op. But the drone's going to clear him, and the slow brings this down to a snail's pace. He can find the safety required to disengage through the Hobbit door. There are now 3 players towards the A site, as Koi are still hanging around in lobby, only just really making their first foray out into the grass space.
This could easily be a fake though. Spike's still going back and forth whether they want to, but there's pings going through into Hobbit. So part of me thinks this could be a B split, especially when you look at the KG and B main.
Absolutely. Olizera is detached from the rest of these players, but B looks like the intended outcome, especially with the Rolling Thunder available for Guardi now. He's going to invest it regardless of the fact that Olizera was already ahead of the play. It gets them into a strong position, and Guardi is going to hang around. So this is really important real estate for the attack. This post plant is expansive.
It is expansive, and the utility that Bitfix have to come back in is realistically only a paranoia. Will be face checking, could be uncomfortable. And well, Koi, they have a paranoia of their own if they want to go for it. Pika instead, he's just going to go for a heads-up gunfight. And you know what Koi are like, they're good at it. A save of the op perhaps is what Bitfix will choose to do instead, to have something to work with. But I don't think Redgar's even going to have an opportunity to save that. Movie star Koi will get that 5th you're talking about, and when you look at the money, it is probably going to look like a 6th.
Redgar still hitting shots. I don't know how he gets 2 in upper there, but this is really nice play from Pika. In-game leader calling for the stun, the setup, and so in they push with the safety net of Guardi still hanging around A after the default was in that area, right? That's where they were set up to play through. But Bitfix, I don't know, just not really expecting that kind of a fight back from them. It's a bit of a head scratcher.
I think like what Koi do most important for me in that last round is they win the war of attrition. And what I mean by that is throughout the round they are slow rolling but creating pockets of pressure, little question marks where Bitfix are unsure about how the round looks and are forced to use utility to either stall out or to kind of stop the push coming through. And that's what the comp is good at, right? But if your utility is missing and then Koi are able to pivot like they did onto B, I mean, you're going to struggle in the retake.
Looking at this one, it's minimal investment for Bitfix, but the bigger point is this is the composition that they love to play. The success speaks for itself. The win rate is flawless at this point in time, as Zach is going to hit 2 quick kills, which leave it effectively dead and buried. In fact, Koi should be inclined to just take the A site at this point, even though it's where the majority of the players are.
Well, Melly's at least bought himself a little time here, but the spray down still works out in Olizera's favour. Quicks from the Hobbit door will go as well, and at this point has the round is well and truly over.
Yeah, and look, the point I was getting to is that there should be comfort for these guys, right? It's Syntix, the player on your screen right now. I think one of the issues with this EMEA campaign so far is Fenix finish this one flawlessly and move up to a 6th, is that he wasn't playing Sentinel like all of the time, because usually they had this, you know, double Sentinel comp on a lot of maps. Martux was the Deadlock player, but as you know, this is the first time we've seen Redgar on it. You've got Razis on the Sage as well, which is off-piste, but he finds ways to make it work. And more than anything, Quick's on a revealing agent. Like, this guy's been unbelievable at scans so far. But it's Zach for the early info and a huge combo that's going to pick up the first kill and attack to the second.
Zach at the same time is doing work to try and open up C, a quick rotate back in, the Cypher utility being destroyed as well as the odd deadlock trap there as well. C-site's been taken, but this time and time again has been an issue for Koi. And while the night fall in, it could continue to be the case.
And you can't res that one either. It's a 4-on-4 situation. Drone coming through, confirming the retake is spawn side, and it's been held at arm's length by Pika, but he's got so much more work to do. Pika quad kill. That's the round wrapped up. The Argentine excelling on the site. And as good as Redgar has been, as crisp as those shots may have looked, this feels out of his wheelhouse.
Nothing there.
The ult misses the boosted Globex. And it is done. 7 for Koi, and an advantage confirmed for the second half.
That's it. The fact that now, or what they have to do, is get these next couple of rounds. I think that will be most important, considering as what you've already said, right? Bitfix do find themselves with a little bit of attack bias in terms of how good they can actually be with this composition. Naturally, when you think of how well Bitfix are, or how well Bitfix can do in terms of getting into post and coming back into triple sentinel will always be tough. This round though, look towards C. There's been a stack of players put towards there for the first time in what feels like a long time.
Yeah, it's the deadlock here as well. First time that we've seen Bitfix give us this variation, and that will be noted on this round.
Redgar has a rifle as well.
It's bought into this rogue rifle amongst the rest, happy to take the hit, thinking, you know what, guys? Yeah, I'm shooting, so I'm going to back myself, and I don't hate it.
I think if there was anybody had to have it, right, you would give it to Redgar at the moment.
Sensor down.
What a world we're living in.
No, 100%, but look at Bitfix as they're ready to try and flood back in here.
There they are, Redgar was shown the door by the drone. Grady other side of the smoke. Diligent play. Flank coming in from Razes, but detected by the alarm bot. Slow to just bring the attention of Koi. They just decide, okay, actually, yeah, sure. You want to give us a fight? We'll happily take you 3-on-1 with just the Sheriff. Decent work for Razes to pick up at least one kill.
One enemy remaining.
But Zach is hitting his shots. I thought it was his outlaw, but no, it's the triple kill out of the Vandal. That makes for number 8. Really big round at the end of the half here though, Cairo. Out of the opening 12, Bitfix at the very least need a platform. It's one thing to have a good attack side, it's another to only come into it with 3 rounds.
Yeah, 100% agree. And it seems as if Koi have settled in finally to the second map, because if we're being completely honest, it's the triple sentinel composition that Bitfix bring out time and time again is very good at unsettling the game plan of their opponents. Because let's be honest, how many times are you going to prac against triple sentinel? Well, almost never. Koi finally getting a read and doing well to deal with it. Seems if the sights are somewhat set on B, as we are still seeing Olizera trying to destroy this wall from the deadlock through the blooming Odin. What?
Oh, it's a nice shot from Quicks, but goes traded by his counterpart. The recon on the other side of the server, Pika to get the plant in. Moving one step closer towards his ult. But you feel as if there isn't really room to use it here. It's just gonna go ahead and tee up Olizera, who gets the lockdown in play, and now that's a game changer. Forced to be swung into. Olizera has 4. Fantastic play from him and from the rest of Koi Phoenix. Another 9-3 half to behold.
Yeah, I mean, from this half, as we've seen ebbs and flows. Bitfix did okay at the start, but from then on forth, Koi just started to move tight, like just get with the time, understand how to play against this comp, and I wonder how well Bitfix will do as they move on towards their attack, especially when we have Redgar calling with a composition he probably won't have played with too often.
The Bitfix project has reached its peak. An appearance in EMEA was a huge achievement for the squad, but with the stand-in and changes made, it's all feeling a little bit too disruptive. Very high possibility that their Lotus record, which currently remains flawless, 12 from 12 this calendar year, could be heading out the window. And Koi to move on to playoffs as the first academy team to do so.
Yeah, I think for me there might be an asterisk on the fact that that flawless streak is broken because Martux has not played with the roster. At the same time, Koi, let's talk about this round. They are just holding on towards the extremities of the map, the A side and the C side. And Bitfix going to be allowed to get in towards post on B, which you could argue might be a mistake if you allow these sentinels to set up.
In terms of just a rain check, what does the utility look like? It's one mesh and two sensors towards the defender spawn-sided entry points. Flank coming in from Globex and lots of control over on grass. So yeah, Bitfix are going to be able to buy away a lot of time here, but that might not necessarily win them the round.
Might not. There's always a good chance that it will. Koi straight in, get 3 of their own. There's only 2 back from Bitfix, which still leaves Koi 1 to the good. Make it 2. Quicks needs to try and deny in a triple, but won't be able to do so. It's double digits for Koi.
And a very clean round to find the pistol here as well, Cairo. We said the setup for them was outside of A, grass area, right? We had all of the setup to stop the defenders from getting into positions to retake, but it didn't really stall them out all too much. I think there was a heavy reliance on utility, and even just Globex placing a smoke in Hobbit that his team can play off, and then being that late player coming in through the revolving door did absolute wonders. Bitfix have to force if they want to try and stay in this one. Stingers coming out. We know this comp was nicked from M80 in Americas. Maybe it's the Americas-style Stinger rush that we need to win them around here.
Need something. As to what they need, the answer, the simple one, a lot of rounds. The complicated one is maybe a bit harder to hear. As the players try to force their way through B, they're showing the door towards A and in towards Globex, who, with 4 Stingers heading his way, needs to be careful. He's able to get 2 of them, but that is an upgrade towards Bitfix.
Good site defense from Globex, setting up the rest of the team for this retake. Guardi still with almost a full belt, and Olizera has already closed the gap. Guardi right by his side. That makes for number 11 and a Bitfix without money, without chances. Just be without a single ascension point coming out of the group stage, because that's something else important to mention, Kyra.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we always talk about like we can get like a little bit focused in on the event, right? Just because of how EMEA challenges work. But realistically, the reason these tournaments are so important is you have to accrue ascension points. The most teams with the most ascension points will end up an ascension, as simple as that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you wouldn't believe it.
It's crazy, isn't it? What else is crazy is a double blind Lamelli, a very dead one. Zach Kappa gets a double, but everyone on Koi wants in on this act. Looking to be an even more dominant second map than the first. And this isn't even their pick, Cairo. Flawless finish. And to add on to what you're saying there, it's all about consolidating your position in that top 4. And I think we'll extend this conversation to Pixel Lumina later on as well. You look at the team that was the only team that was able to make back-to-back EMEA events from Northeast. That's Enterprise for Go Next, or Shakamat as they were at the time, Metasport and Liquid Academy, all of them failing to re-qualify. means that you're not expecting them at the end of the gauntlet. It's about consistency, and in fairness to Koi, I think that's what they've been able to achieve in a region which, you know, can be very difficult to at times.
I would agree. I think I guess the tournament structure, especially in Spain, has always been a bit here nor there. We always remember the KPI that was promised and never really came through, but that's for another conversation. As for this round, Bitfix are trying to find inroads on towards the site, and the buy is a little bit suspect. The Cypher just spotted there by Zach.
Goes jumping for it, and Redgar loses his head. Zach, an equivalent trade. So the C site hold lessened, but look at Pika. He's outside of A right now. There's a turret on B. They can stack this left-hand side if they need to.
That they can, but they tried to use the wall to get closer. Ollie Zera's done so well. A real highlight throughout this match, and while that siege wall seemed to be an entry point to the site, it's also a stopping point from Lamelli. Has the ultimate to try and get through, but it's ultimately his demise. Movie star Koi, they'll fight the series.
Yeah, 13-3 in the end as well on Lotus. I mean, for all of the maps that we've seen, as I said, 17 wins, 12 with the same comp, 8 in NE, and that's your first loss now taken. Movistar Koi, the ones to post it. They've made it to the playoff stage. I've been thoroughly impressed with what we've seen from them so far. And to wrap it up in a bow, while they are an academy team and they can't be there at Ascension at the end of the year, to have already put themselves into the top 4 is a big statement to be made. We talk about there being players returning from Challengers playoffs in this team, rehomed under the prestigious banner of a VCT EMEA squad. Even new players like Pika coming in who haven't necessarily had that much experience in Challengers, but honestly putting themselves in the shop window, putting themselves in some serious conversations about where the future of their careers are, because I've been thoroughly impressed with their performance today, Cairo.
Yeah, on the other side, Bitfix, maybe not the best of performances. Maybe that's down to a change in leader, maybe it's down to a change of system, maybe it's down to a multitude of reasons, but we have our desk to break that one down, and we'll see exactly what they think about this series.
Thank you very much, Hazza and Cairo. Yes, indeed. I mean, what is there to break down about this series, right? Obviously, you can take a look at Bitfix Gaming and think, okay, this just isn't the performance that we would expect from them. I mean, 13-3 on their map. But their map! This is their map, man. They have not lost it for so long. 12 times with this same comp. And yes, you know, you can bring it down to the fact that they've got, you know, an unfamiliar team, right? They're trying to integrate somebody, but it's Redgar. It's Redgar. It's not like it's, you know, they're not just subbing in anybody. This is a champion player. This is a Masters winner. This is, I mean, look, this is just a great look for Movistar Koi Fenix, no matter what way you spin it. So I am thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, same. I mean, having taken that Lotus away from Bitfix Gaming, sure, I think there is some way where we can be like, okay, Redgar, maybe not too familiar with the composition, but he was actually aiming really well there. I think he was playing really well with the deadlock. I really loved seeing how he was able to get those frags, maybe not known as for his fragging potential. But so I'm really happy for that, but incredible performance for Koi Phoenix.
All right, well, we have an interview ready now, and it is with, basically, I mean, you just beat Redgar in the IGL in-game. You're basically, I'd never heard of your name before now, actually, funnily enough.
Wow, really?
But I might have to watch your career with a bit of interest now, because you're basically better than a Champions IGL, aren't you?
I mean, yeah, we knew that from the start, didn't we?
Exactly. Look, I mean, narrowly missing out on getting to Challengers last split around. How does it feel to be here now? And not only that, but you've secured your place, obviously, in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know after this first split, like, things were a bit rough, but I know we needed time, obviously. Like, you know, granted that first split, we didn't have that much time to practice. So I knew for a fact, like, second split was going to be it. I didn't expect like the changes to happen, you know, coming into Challengers, getting Globex in last second, but he's done phenomenal. And I think we definitely have what it takes to win this.
Yeah, and that was shown today on the server. I kind of want to talk about the preparation for this game. Obviously, Bitfix, they had a substitute of Redgar instead of Martux in this matchup. Do you feel like it kind of switched up your preparation for the match, or was it just similar? And if it switched up, how so?
Not really. I mean, we just followed our game plan. I mean, like we just know we're better regardless. I know we lean towards like picking Pearl a little bit because we know the right guard didn't play it in officials as much, if at all. So we just decided like whatever, like we're still really good on that map, so it doesn't hurt. It's just convenient. But in general, like we just follow the game plans that we always follow. Like Yaba's always bringing what we need. We follow it in practice and we just apply it in officials. And that's it.
Perfect.
Right.
I think you kind of answered to my second question already, like Globex being implemented really well on your team. Obviously you have a very interesting situation of maybe being able to be promoted to the main roster like Monster did. Hello? Did Pika go somewhere?
No, no, the GOAT, where is he?
Oh no.
Can we get him back?
Did we lose him? Hello?
Can we get him back? What happened?
Okay. Well,
somebody gave somebody the wrong link, man. Somebody gave somebody the wrong link.
Oh no.
We'll see if we can get him back. Either way. Wait, okay. What were you going to ask first off, so that we can just get an idea while we wait?
How the implementation of Globex have been for the roster? Was it hard for Globex to come through the team, and what are the steps of replacing a player on a team? I think that is always interesting to me to see, because I think a lot of teams have different approaches.
Hey.
Oh yeah!
I don't know.
Here we go. What happened, man?
Okay.
I don't know. I just froze. You guys were talking. It was gone.
Damn, you got possessed.
Yeah. So I'm gonna maybe cut short to my question. I think you already kind of answered it, but how was the implementation of Globex onto your team? What are the processes that you have to go through? And obviously you said it was quite easy already, but what are kind of the steps for that?
Yeah, I mean, on our side, we didn't really do much. It was honestly him, talking with Yaba a lot about all of our game plans and everything that we had to do. We only had, I think, a couple days to practice, not even. I mean, he took in a lot in such little time, and he filled it like perfectly, in my opinion, considering the time limitation, how much time he's been out from officials. So I think considering everything that was thrown against him, like obviously you saw how he performed in that first game. Like he's the truth. He's the truth.
All right. Well, look. We can look forward now. You've guaranteed your place in the playoffs, and we don't know exactly who you're going to be playing against just yet. We do know that Enterprise have made it into the playoffs now, but obviously we're still waiting for the Focus and Carmine Core game to finish to know who is getting through on there. And more than likely BBL Pacific are going to be in the playoffs. Still not 100%, but more than likely. Is there anyone that you're specifically looking forward to playing? Is there anybody that you're sad that you're not going to get to play because they've been eliminated already?
I don't know. Has UCAM been eliminated? I haven't been keeping track. I'm not too sure. They have a chance. Yeah. Oh, they have. I would have loved to play them again. It would have been kind of fun on a different stage. But definitely BBL for me. I mean, I've looked forward to it for a while, even before we qualify for Challengers. It would have been nice. Like I know they're a great team, so it's just I like playing good teams and good players. So I kind of look forward to that if it happens.
All right, well, we will see. Our next game today is going to be that one, so you'll be able to keep up with that. And, I mean, more than likely, they'll probably get through. I don't think they need to do much more than win. So either way, Pika, thank you so much for talking to us. It's been lovely. And we'll see you around. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good one. Take care.
All right, there it is, Pika. I mean, what a performance, even as an IGL, right? The thing is, you're coming up against Redgar playing in the IGL slot. You do have to show up. I think you do have to show what you're made of when you are playing as an IGL against such a... I don't even know how to describe Redgar, right? The accomplishments that this man has over the course of his Valorant career. It's a difficult mantle to play up against, but I think Pika really showed what it was about. But let's take a look back at that map. He wanted to take a look at round 8 for us.
Yeah, absolutely. They understood completely what Bitfix Gaming's defensive side was. Obviously, these trips, all of these, you kind of want to focus into that. So that's exactly what Koi Phoenix did. They kind of wanted to first choke out the early information, not give any space for Bitfix Gaming, and that is exactly what they did here. Lameli having to use both of the TPs. Then Koi Phoenix is like, okay, that's fine. We got this control. We can kind of fall back. But the most important part here is when we go towards the map, we still see all of the traps up ahead. This is where we have to take a look at. This Killjoy Nano coming through B breaks both of these traps in the entrance of B. Then one of the or the Cypher camera gets broken, and that's all of the information gone, and also deadlock wall brought into the game. That's 30 seconds of the round, and all of that utility is gone from the Bitfix's defensive side. Those 3 sentinels that are really scary, they are gone pretty much, most of the utility, and Koi Phoenix did that brilliantly. They were able to open up the map, even though it's really tough against these sentinels.
All right, well, no need to move to Ascent. We're going to be going on to our next series very shortly, and it is going to be a banger, right? Because while you may be looking at it going, okay, well, it's BBL Pacific versus the 4th seed coming out of NE, it's still got some stakes to it, because actually, if Pixel Lumina win if they win 2-1 even, and they have a good round differential, they're getting through over BBL Pacific, and we didn't see bad play out of Pixel Lumina when they played against CGN. So there is definitely stakes here. You may look at it and be like, there's nothing to play for, it's just BBL Pacific, they're going to roll them. I don't know, we'll see. It's definitely going to be sided towards BBL Pacific, but I have a little bit of hope for Pixel Lumina, and they have been able to rock the boat a little bit. So we'll see, but we're going to throw it to a break for right now. Make sure you stay tuned. welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. We are done with our first series, and it was kind of a sweep from Movistar Koi Phoenix. They have done an incredible job getting into the playoffs now. Our first team, I think, technically confirmed, at least the first team to finish the series that confirmed them. I think Enterprise Esports technically qualified quicker than them, but they weren't done with their series yet. So we'll call it in favor of Koi Phoenix there. So our second series for today, BBL Pacific versus Pixel Lumina here. And I slightly misjudged the stakes here. My mental math is not very good. I'll admit that. Pixel Lumina do need to win 2-0 to get through on this one on map difference. So, well, while their round differential is very similar, their map difference is not. So Pixel Lumina will need to win 2-0 if they want to get through, but it's still possible, right? BBL Pacific, definitely the team that is favored to win this one. Absolutely no other way you can put up the stakes for this one. It is definitely a BBL Pacific game to lose. Pixel Lumina, though, they looked good yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before last. So there's a possibility. They can definitely rock the boat a little bit. I'm interested to see what they can do against this team, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible team. Obviously, this is a battle of the underdog versus this reigning champions. They were incredible comeback, one of the better players of this whole challenger circuit. I think a lot of incredible talent alongside him, but he has been incredible throughout this season, or the previous season as well. And comeback, he's turning 18 in a little bit over 3 weeks, which kind of makes him VCT eligible. I think there was even some chatter during the first Challengers EMEA that a lot of VCT teams would probably be looking at comeback, and obviously comeback is one of the biggest reasons for that stat right there. 33-5. Year to date, 87% win rate. And in their region, they play quite a lot of best of ones. So we have to think about that. All of these losses have come from best of one matches, which is incredible to me that BBL Pacific, they've been able to stay so consistent throughout those best of one matches as well. And 33-5 is incredible record.
That is an absolutely insane record. I mean, it is difficult to overstate how strong BBL Pacific look. They're playing up against the 4th seed from Northeast, and that is Pixel Lumina here. They went into this tournament, low expectations, I would say. Look, they snuck their way. Oh, well, let's not say they snuck their way in. They did do well to get into that 4th position, but they were taken out by Zero Tenacity, who are already eliminated from this tournament very quickly in their group versus Carmine Core Blue Stars and Focus. I'm just trying to remember the exact layout of the groups, but yes, this team definitely, I don't think, went into this group against such good teams as CGN and BBL Pacific with a lot of expectations, but they looked good on their first day in against CGN Esports. They actually did quite well on the first map to really, you know, make it hard for CGN Esports. So I'm interested to see what they can do here. Obviously, look, I don't think they have any expectations for themselves, right? They can go into this one going, look, if we don't get through, that's kind of fine. That's what we expected out of this game. If we do, that's ridiculously good for us.
Yeah. And maybe that alleviates some pressure. Obviously, with the addition of Chris, I think this roster has gotten some great upgrades. Obviously, 4 Polish players right now, simply the only Hungarian there. I think it's a really, really strong roster right now. There is a lot of strength. Maniac, obviously, we're abusing a lot of contact plays, and Maniac is one of those players that we really want to highlight for this whole match, because I think that is where the strength of Pixel Lumina comes from. Obviously, yeah, it's kind of easy to highlight this duelist player, but Maniac were completely abusing contacts. He had huge amount of confidence in dueling against CGN, and for me, it seemed like it worked incredibly well, especially in Haven. But this is kind of different beast, and we will probably see BBL Pacific play more together, more confident, just trying to deny every part of information that Maniac would go for a lot of those aggressive plays. So I think that contact play might not work as well against BBL Pacific, and maybe he has to go for a different approach here. It's gonna be interesting to see whether he can actually keep up that aggressive playstyle that he had. Pearl was one of the great examples where he was usually followed up by his teammate, and I think that kind of playstyle would probably suit them really, really well against BBL Pacific as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, this is a deceptively tight group, I think is the way to put it, right? We knew going into this one that BBL Pacific and CGN Esports were going to be the two teams that really were kind of contending for that position to get into playoffs. And so far, both of the series that we have seen from this group have been weirdly close, right? Pixel Lumina started off this series 13-4ing CGN Esports on Haven. And then the last two games, I mean, they went to overtime, 15-13 to CGN on Pearl, and then 13-9 to CGN on Sunset to close things out. A map that obviously we hadn't seen from either of them. And then CGN lose both of their maps against BBL Pacific, only 11-13.
Yeah.
So far we haven't really seen anything from this group that has made us think, okay, there's a clear team that is getting out of here right now. Obviously, BBL Pacific in the position to get it done with a 2-0 victory, but not based off of round difference, not based off of how they have played in the maps, just based off of the fact that they didn't lose a map against CGN.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about BBL Pacific, obviously, that is almost given when we talk about these games. They don't really lose maps. Sometimes, yeah, they might drop one map, but then they absolutely dominate different styles. But I think that is a great point. BBL Pacific, they didn't have an easy time against CGN Esports. Those were 13-11s on both of those maps. Lotus, which is one of the better maps for BBL Pacific, obviously, we kind of highlighted that yesterday. They got that 13-0 against Eternal Fire in the Grand Finals, which is a really scary feat. Pixel Lumina, they kind of like, or at least in this tournament, they banned out that icebox, which doesn't help them in terms of playing that Lotus. They might have to go there and they have to pull something incredible there. It hasn't been their best map, and I feel like the Raze is maybe not as comfortable, or maybe they're not as comfortable with that race as they would be with the Yoru or Neon. I think Maniac is really brilliant Yoru. I think the Neon worked decently well, but the Yoru was incredible because of the contact plays, the walkthroughs. You can go with those solo plays and have that instant getaway when you just find that pick. Obviously, Gate Crash is, I think, one of the most strongest abilities in the game right now.
Yeah, well, it is time to get on to the veto. Obviously, this is an important part for this one. We know that these two teams have significantly, well, I mean, they have maps that they like, right? I mean, you look at Pixel Lumina, you look at Haven. So, I mean, with BBL Pacific not banning that out, I do think it opens the door for Pixel Lumina to, well, they're not going to get a good start to the map because they don't have the first map pick, but hopefully they will be able to pick their favorite map here and be able to contend with BBL Pacific, because I do think Haven is going to be the ground where they're going to be able to get the most done.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at the stats, they're 6-0 during this year. They haven't lost a single map. Then you have to face against BBL Pacific, who are 16-1 in this map. So either way, wherever you will go here, it's not going to be the easiest. I think I agree with you. Haven is probably going to be the best ground for Pixel Lumina, and that is not said lightly. BBL Pacific, they're incredible there, but Pixel Lumina, they agree with us. They are like, okay, Haven, we kind of know how to play that. Well, they actually do know how to play that, but BBL Pacific, like we said time and time again, they're a different monster, different beast. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care what the last map is. For me, anything but a complete demolition would be good for Pixel Lumina here. Lotus, Haven against BBL Pacific. It is something that you have to be, okay, this is their really good maps, but they cannot respect BBL Pacific too much. They have to take that respect out of there. Obviously, healthy amount of respect is always good against BBL Pacific, but you have to still be confident. And I think the CGN, they understood that really beautifully, and they got a really close match against BBL Pacific.
I do think this is an interesting map, Vito, right? Because it seems like BBL Pacific has picked Lotus, not only because they're comfortable on it, but because Pixel Lumina haven't been seen playing it for quite a while, right? It's not a map that they ban out, but it's also not a map that they choose, so they never really get to it, especially since a lot of their games in Northeast went to 2 maps instead of 3, so they never really got to their float map. So it's been a while since we've seen this team play on Lotus. They did win it 13-5 last time they were out, but that was in the upper Swiss phase of Northeast against Ace Gear Tempest, so, you know, not BBL Pacific, let's put it that way. So I do think the first map is definitely going to go to BBL Pacific, unless Pixel Lumina have been hiding some insane Lotus from us. But then Haven, that's where it really matters, right? Map 2 is really going to be where, if anything, Pixel Lumina can do something. But they can't lose Lotus, is the thing. If they do want to get through, it's kind of a pipe dream. If they do want to get through to playoffs, they need to be winning that first map as well. So I do hope to see something out of them straight away, because while a 2-1 victory for them would be great, and even taking a map against BBL Pacific would be impressive, we do want to see a genuine contention for that spot in the playoffs from them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting anyway. This Yoru ISO composition that Pixel Lumina runs here, it heavily relies on you being able to duel. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the case against BBL Pacific, who are incredibly strong, but I don't know.
Yeah. All right, well, there's been a quick delay. We're going to get back to it as soon as possible. We're going to go throw to a short break before we get started with this map.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted, it all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
All right, hello, welcome back everybody to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We are flying through our schedule today because Movistar Koi Phoenix dispatched of Bitfix Gaming quite quickly there. I think it was a foregone conclusion, and I think if you're looking at this game, you're thinking a pretty similar thing, as most people will be rating BBL Pacific coming into this matchup. And if they win this first map, it's all over. BBL Pacific have qualified to the playoffs just like that, but Pixel Lumina definitely going to put up a fight like we saw against CGN. They took the first map 13-4 then, and CGN definitely didn't roll over against BBL Pacific, so we'll have to wait and see how that plays out on this one. Obviously, BBL Pacific have started things off with one of their best maps.
Yeah, and I do like this adaptation of Pixel Lumina. They kind of got rid of that race. They brought the Neon for Maniac. I really love that situation there, and it helps on the attacking side to fight Rubble. Obviously, with that wall, you have a lot more cover. You have a lot more like power in terms of having fast attacks. So I do think that's good for Pixel Lumina. Is it quite enough? Yeah. I'm not sure.
All right, well, we will find out right here, right now. BBL Pacific versus Pixel Lumina starts on this channel, and it's with Hazard and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Look, two teams in jerseys of gold and blue, but so many differences between the two of them. BBL Pacific, ascension bound by every metric, yet still, it's a very long season, and to get there, they must qualify for playoffs. They can only do that by beating the team in front of them. Pixel Lumina, comprised of the East Old Guard, their first EMEA tournament, Cairo. Can they pull off the upset of all upsets?
This would be a monumental victory for not just Pixel Lumina, I feel as if for the whole of Tier 2, because it's like, oh, finally, the gods have been felled, you know, the Titans can bleed, but the reality of the situation is everyone is expecting BBL Pacific 2-2-0. There's a reason why they have the status that they have. There's a reason why they are so consistent, and that's the time they put in the server, the quality they put into officials, and a map like Lotus, first up, we both know how good BBL Pacific can be here. It's an uphill battle for Pixel Lumina.
Undefeated map for them so far this year, and one which they've always held close to their hearts. Last 20 times across all competitions, they have ran the same comp. Same set of 5 agents that we saw playing against Apex in that grand final last year. That's exactly where they'll want to be at the end of the gauntlet. For Pixel Lumina, it's about building on the performance we've seen from them this stage. Qualifying again, maybe taking a point away here with a map or something of the sort. But in terms of the pistol, slow default, a lot of respect given to the defenders.
As you'd expect that to be the case, because it is BBL Pacific, right? Pings for BBL Pacific to go and re-clear through A. And Fotar didn't get the information it was looking for, and Chris gets the entry into this round, although need to be careful what BBL Pacific throw back at you.
All of this is a fake from Pixel Lumina. The spike is bound to the C site. That's going to be going and getting planted towards Bend. Not too much further expansive. The problem for me right now is the rest of the attack is away from this. Maniac can hold on for only so long. It's 2 kills from him, 2 back, and there are still 2 players now coming into sand.
Yeah, it might be a little bit late, but there's no utility on this attack either.
Oh, Simply's picked up another though, and he'll double up for his efforts. Pixel Lumina taking the attack-sided pistol. It's just the kind of start they were looking for.
100%. It felt as if, like, across the map though, they had the upper hand. BBL Pacific were almost playing into what Pixel Lumina wanted to do. Kind of responding to the beck and call, which I understand, like, you can sometimes be like a moth to a flame on these pistol rounds, and it is just a drop in an ocean of rounds that you need to go up and play against, but it's a good start.
Absolutely. BBL Pacific and Rose, their captain, was very critical of the performance yesterday, holding themselves to high standards, of course. It was a 2-0 win, but the added context is 2 13-11 map wins. against a CGN side, which, shall I just add, had Wolfen on 57 kills
That's
on just
crazy.
those 2 maps. So, to reiterate, you can have one individual popping off, but the only way that you're going to beat this phenom of a team is if everyone is pulling in the same direction. And I think that's the mindset that Pixel Lumina have to be of here.
Yeah, and I think this comes into the further conversation of who actually is the rivals for BBL Pacific this year, right? Because we didn't realise BBL Pacific would be the finalists, but it ended up being Apex that everyone expected to be in that position just because of the start that BBL Pacific, or just Pacific at the time as they were known, had, right? And Ascension, this is getting worrying here.
Yeah, it's just the one Sheriff invested by comeback into this round, still holding steadfast onto the upper space. Chris stunned in to take further fights. The new boy in the squad for the EMEA campaign will walk away from round number 2 with that many kills exactly. And to build on what you were saying, I think the immediate point to raise is that Eternal Fire are absent from this competition, the Turkish number 2, and the big thing for me in terms of why we see BBL Pacific here, not just because of the quality, but why we don't see Eternal Fire, is because they've sort of developed with this meta where other teams became static and complacent.
Yeah.
You think of the comps that Eternal Fire were running a lot of the time, those hadn't really changed. And while it's funny to bring up that point when you're seeing Pacific run this one for the 20th time, there is variation to the way that they play.
I agree, and I think as well that the other point to bring up here would be that, I mean, BBL Pacific are not like your average Turkish team, but at the same time, let's put that conversation on hold and talk about the round at hand, as Comebacks just found the entry onto Almo and B main.
Maniac can hear the jump spot from Rose. High gear enabled right by him. Odin! Oh! As soon as the wind-up was there, you knew Maniac was done for. The debut on the Neon looking good so far. That's one to forget. Rose is still weak, though. This is the site that you want to hit. The spam is too much support. Pixel Lumina should just be buckling under the pressure, and as good as Simply's Guardian is, and you put it, this isn't just any Turkish team, it's one that has comeback right now.
Yeah, I mean, that question, or that statement, might not be the case for longer if the rumours are to be believed. I mean, a player that was always destined for Tier 1, no matter what the case. I just wanted to come back to that conversation we were having earlier, though, Hazit, about that this is a roster and a team who have built up a system that have continuously improved and like play a much more standardised game of Valorant. Everyone always talks about the kind of the Turkish teams and how they swing wide and love to take gunfights. Sure. BBL Pacific are much more standardised in their approach to this game.
Odin on Lotus, something we've seen plenty of times, of course. Rose with the same position as the previous round. Already done plenty of damage with spam. Loiter, the first of the kills, picked up from him, and as Almo goes down, that's now a 5 versus 3. 5 versus 2. Rose is not going to stop, and to be honest, there's not much Pixel Lumina can really do about this. You look at their comp, and you're really thinking, okay, breach Teho, put some damage in. You've not got any reveals over the top, though. There's no Odin for a counter spam.
Yeah, the strength of the composition doesn't come through revealing and as you say, like counter spamming, etc., etc. It comes through brute forcing your way into taking space. A rubble you can find will probably be a lot harder to take just because of the amount of places that you can sit in. Obviously gains a lot more strength once it moves on to defense because you can hold those chokes so much more easier. As for now, probably just a save from the last two on Pixel Lumina. And there's a little bit of cash in the pockets of BBL Pacific, so I wonder if they're now going to begin to start hunting these two last remaining rifles.
Yeah, you can already see it on your screens. Comeback ready to round the corner. Players lining up. Is there any way that he finds at least one? Okay, sure, not the second. Chris keeps that trigger held for as long as his life lives. It's just one weapon which Pixel Lumina will bring into the next, but this was a complete non-starter. You lose 2 players in that situation with no real trade, at least in terms of space or anything of the sort. Absolutely zero chance you get much done, and with comeback on the Outlaw in this round as well, it's concerning to get too much done and not have that lead lost.
That's the big thing. Like, I feel as if it probably was done much earlier than what I know, but I feel as if comeback like was the real pioneer of like switching guns to always bring the Outlaw when you were playing against the Pico. Definitely one of the few that started it anyway. As we look at Pixel Lumina, they're just busting out into the site here.
Yeah, Maniac getting caught by the trapwire of Kreven. The unison of Pacific players pushing back on this. It's very messy as Chris is able to claim another. But Comeback has his 3, and as you say, this is someone who, in terms of challengers, has the biggest affiliation with his name to that weapon, but right back on the Vandal into the next. And this round even just also raising some issues that Pixel Lumina are gonna need to be aware of. Going into a Cypher setup with this pivot towards the Neon, Maniac has to make sure he is well supported.
Yeah, we're actually going to get a timeout come through from Pixel Lumina, obviously identifying some issues since we've had Pacific on rifles. They've had a fairly easy time of it for the most part, and I don't mean in a sense that like I just haven't seen anything that Pixel Lumina have done like they did on the pistol, right? When they were faking and taking fights, isolating players. It just feels as if like BBL Pacific have kind of decided, right guys, let's just start shooting, and they've won every single fight. Sure, a couple of 50-50s here and there, but for the most part, Pacific have won everything.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what Victorson is going to be saying to his players right now, because in terms of preparing for this Pacific Lotus, as I mentioned, there is so much tape, 20 different VODs, pick and choose. They play BO1s in Turkey, so this pops up more often than not. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Where do you start? Something else to mention as well is that for Pixel Lumina, their last 14 games have all been against unique opponents. So it's something that they've become used to. The Swiss stage is very much like that in Northeast as well, as they did qualify through Upper. Now, Loiter left alone on sand is the first of the task they've got to get past on the rifle round. Well, it doesn't seem like a mountain to climb.
Loiter has no way of getting out.
He does have support. No, he's good for now. Yeah. Still has 2 TPs. And there he is.
Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like a chance missed though by Pixel Lumina. And the fact that both those flashes were actually from sticks that blinded Maniac there. Yeah, a big chance missed.
So Lumina trying to take their own timing here. Rose in proxy. It's the ult coming in, but with the door turned, there is support from the players sand side. Almo still away from the group, as they are doubling down on this C piece, but as I mentioned, you're heading into the Cypher util. Maniac needs to find a way to get past it.
It does. The paranoia is perfect. Kreven's isolation even better. And Pixel Lumina done really well so far. Left just 3 players, 1 back. With leaves Pixel Lumina only 1 player to the good. That reveals so unbelievable, but again, no capitalization in this round, and Styx has sent 1 home.
Punishing the complacency of Pacific into the retake. It's comebacks of as dynamic as he's been with it before. You're just asking too much.
You think that, but Comeback almost be able to get it done. LaRock at the same time, it's working all by themselves. Chris already low, it would take a body shot, but there will be no bullet sent his way 3 apiece for both teams right now.
Really distracted once I reveal them. Make sure you take a
Well-needed response from Pixel Lumina, and it's one which comes after the timeout as well. They're happy to commit to the C piece, and Maniac actually pathed his way around the side here when the ult came in, so the overdrive getting good value. Very cheeky one from Styx, which I think kind of decides the round result, at least in terms of the numbers and the amount of time that Pixel Lumina then have to set up. Operator repurchased, come back this time on A, but it's the sand position where Pixel Lumina are finding the most life right now.
cage triggered.
In terms of the round though, like, this initial C scuffle, if you want to call it that, it's not much of a brawl, it's more of a scuffle. Doesn't really provide much, and you can see Maniac really putting importance in destroying this trap just to create that pressure point of, hey, we might hit this C side, and it's pulling players across.
Rose usually the one to rotate, as Larok is in the middle of the map as well. Full utility belt and a rolling thunder at a moment's notice. He can activate. Maniac going in again, but it's Kreven that takes it on the chin, finds the kill. And now it's back into the op they go, and they're swinging it dry. Almo taken out, another 5 versus 3, and another situation where Pixel Lumina don't feel like they have a way through.
Taking their time as well, and it's allowed comeback to reposition. As the door opens and all 3 players make their way through, comeback has seen at least one and knows that Spike is going down at the same time, but Chris finding one of his own onto Rose somewhat makes it doable. They just need to be careful of comeback.
It's a rolling thunder on both sides as well, but BBL Pacific have expansive control. Larok is ready to converge from the tree position. Simply will not be caught by this though. It goes back the other way, set up to make the play. Larok still holding on to his ult. And there's barely anyone left, it's just Chris cleaned up. Kreven at the end of it, and so BBL Pacific do restore their lead.
I feel as if, like, for me, with BBL Pacific, if you allow them the perfect set of circumstances by not challenging them at all, I feel as if you're just setting yourself up for failure, because they are so good at creating plans, setting themselves up to retake or execute. And yeah, like, just a few mistakes here in terms of you've allowed comeback a deep line, and you should know, right, in your mind of minds, that if there's op money, he'll try and buy it.
Absolutely, it's always going to be a threat, and it continues to. It persists into round number 8. We're starting to get towards the end of the half. You want to see Pixel Lumina establish some authority. It's a change of pace, a much quicker play towards C. Kreven forced to concede, but Larok is immediately ulting back through, and so Kreven is going to take the stand. Almo gone, still stunned. Maniac, but not dead. Stays alive a little longer in the corner, looking for the upgrade, gets it, but removed by Rose. They're running into trouble. Pixel Lumina trying to do something with bits and pieces, and as scrappy as it looks, BBL Pacific are still thriving in the chaos.
That they are. They are just continuing on from where they kind of picked up. They've had a discrepancy on round number 6, but apart from that, I mean, for the most part, BBL Pacific, they are very good and malleable throughout a round, very good at adapting and knowing exactly what their issues could be. And I think that's the difference between them and most challengers teams, right, is that the adaptations and the ability to react to what their opponent is doing is second to none.
Wait a moment.
Pixel Lumina seem to have found their feet in terms of what it is that works for them. But actually finding the round win is like drawing blood from a stone. And they get Maniac into sand early. The reveal is there from Rose, but 2 players rubble is 1 player too many for him to handle. The setup has barely changed round to round. Maybe a trap is placed slightly different. Comeback's op is floating, but not finding anything this time.
Oh, you say
And
that.
still, he just gets out.
Every time. So good at disengaging. Look at this. Oh, look at this skill. Almo. No way. Manages to find Loiter and knows that there'll be another player close by. So Rose flashed out. Needs to be careful of Chris though. And he's all on his own. Now how's that A side to go to Pixel Lumina?
And Maniac's caught a huge lurk timing as well. Kreven, a player usually so good at that, but he's the one that gets spotted. And with the threat of a fast-moving Neon in the backlines, Pacific have to speed this up, but there's just no window to. It's an op save 1v5 for comeback, and he will fall. So there is a response.
There is. BBL Pacific are starting to head into the realms of already a great half. They're on 5. But about to make it 6 if they win the next one. It's all about how many Pixel Lumina can get in this half, and this is going to be a very important round that they've picked up.
And so into the timeout we go. It's key to call the shots. The coach of BBL Pacific.
It's funny.
Someone who... What?
When you go, just because you said nothing when you go.
Oh, so immature. Someone who I think has always been such an important component to how successful this team has been. He cut his teeth with, you know, academy sides and game changers teams, but now, given this roster in Challengers, built them up from Premier. And looking at some of the things he was saying from the vlog posted yesterday by the BBL YouTube, was just, he was saying like, look, we have the infrastructure of the next generation of talent. That's what these other teams are lacking. And that he's envisioning they're going to be dominating that system within the next 1 to 2 years. Obviously, you start from humble beginnings, but there's no reason not to be confident, and I think that's something that Pacific need to do here. Not just back themselves with confidence, but not be complacent as they have done at times.
I mean, you've also got to consider it's not just Pacific they get to talk in that time, it's also Pixel Lumina. An operator picked up to try and challenge the man who's so well known for it, an explosion out of A.
There.
Comeback's ready for this.
Yeah, but so's Kreven. He's found 2 kills outside of C by himself in front of the setup. Comeback doing what he needs to do on A. Pixel Lumina with a couple of kills. Rose in the drone, but Styx can't land the shots, so he gets punished for it by both BBL initiators. And with a 6th round secured and the purchase shut down, Pixel Lumina will still have a chance to come back into this with money, but yeah, it's a very strange one. I mean, it's just huge from Kreven.
Yeah, it is, because it completely forces Pixel Lumina into that fight. Ultimate's now online as well that Pacific can use. Hunter's Fury, which we've seen them rip early on the C side. Wonder if Rose is thinking about that towards A, is where he's positioned right now. The player's trying to get out of C, and well, Comeback makes his mark.
This is also information that Kreven can relay back to the operator, as Loiter has work to do as the solo anchor this time. It was Kreven on the previous round by himself on C, and he would have said, look, Maniac is trying to open here round after round. This is a consistent peak you're going to be able to get, so go place the op there. It is rewarded.
Slow crawl. Pixel Lumina need to be careful, and so does Almo. 4 players ready to make it more 3. As the players start to clear out towards A. Rubble, and that Omen's found. That's another advantage towards the Turkish team.
And when things go quiet, BBL Pacific are so good at re-clearing that space. And now, with numbers on the B site, it's Chris they've got to get past. And again, the young prospect can provide for Pixel Lumina, but still it will not suffice. 7 now set up. How much stronger can that second half be? You're not looking at very much money on this attack side.
It's just so good, man. Like, it's what you said about like the fact that when the map goes quiet, like Pacific's brains don't. They think, right, guys, what part of the map have they shown presence towards? Let's go and answer that question mark. And now in towards this one, Pixel Lumina are going to be missing a few drops here. Like, we're having to see a Bucky invested in by Sticks. Sure, they have ultimates, but I mean, you've got to be careful. Comeback's just sending it. What?
Oh, yeah. He's different. He's just completely different. Chris, in all the time he spent in Northeast, would never have seen that coming. And even from behind, he remains active.
He doesn't stop. If BBL Pacific don't stop, they're just starting to warm up, it feels, into this one.
Pixel Lumina with kills back, but it's only simply left. It's been hitting quite a few impactful ones, and with the ult in play, salvos in 10, this is still your chance to make something happen. Put it all on the line. Players peeking together, but simply just can't stand under the pressure and carry on instead of his teammates.
One enemy remaining.
Strong first half from the Pacific boys. It's what you expect. The question is, does the second half get any better for Pixel Lumina, or are they further lambs to the slaughter?
It needs to be 2 clean maps from Pixel Lumina to potentially qualify, but of course their opponents are the Giants of Tier 2, and there is no way they're allowing that to be the case. And well, with an 8-4.5, they are definitely in position to deny that.
Yeah, it's a statistic that you've got to break as well. BBL Pacific, as things stand, haven't dropped a map since the league phase of Turkey ended. That's 9 in a row, and this would be 10. The way that the team has come on in its development is leaps and bounds, honestly. And something we've already mentioned is that they don't tend to get complacent. It was that timeout called by Key. He says his piece, and now 8 rounds is what they hold on to. Coming into Chris's sight, he's been the most promising part of Pixel Lumina so far, but he's just going to have to wave goodbye to the control here.
He does. Remember last time though, Pixel Lumina won the pistol on attack, and well, BBL Pacific have taken a very forward line here, making Pixel Lumina work to clear out the close corners, and the delay has been absolutely sublime so far.
It is all just delay right now, but that time is precious for Pixel Lumina if they want this second pistol, if they want a chance of staying alive in EMEA. But BBL Pacific ring off together. In unison, they land shots. And so the site is defended, as is the lead. A comfortable 9th picked up. And those last few chances for Pixel Lumina might just be slipping away.
PBL Pacific it's just lovely Valorant to watch from the get-go. They do very well with the delay that they get in this on the like heaven spot, and then the kills are just so easy from then on forth.
Here.
Something that MP was talking about on the desk as well. The record of BBL Pacific since the start of the year. 33-5, they sit at 87% win rate. But you even look back to last year, they were 19-5 in that run in the league stage since they were promoted. 79% win rate there. Rose has caught a freebie onto Chris, and that's the free site against the stack. That's almost a 10% increase since Creven joined. I think it's impossible not to see the improvement that has been made by stealing away a player from another title contender, how they have looked to have built on what happened last year, rather than just settling for the fact that mechanically they are all very good players.
Oh yeah. I think as well, like, for me, if the rumours and speculation is true, and we do see Comeback get his promotion into Tier 1, which, I mean, everyone was expecting would be coming sooner rather than later anyway, like, who takes his spot, right? Who's the duelist that will help fill into this roster? And I think the thing that's so good about BBL Pacific, and not only the players that are on it, it's the system as well, and the coach of Key has been able to elevate what has essentially been a bunch of like premier players into one of the best rosters and prospects that we've seen in Tier 2 and EMEA for a while. Because you've got to remember, Apex, Focus, Ascend, like all these big teams that we've seen at the top of the pops were all bought. I mean, BBL Pacific was trained.
Yeah, it's a really valid argument to bring up, right? Those homegrown talents, that next generation in Turkey to represent them, as we've seen so much of a shuffle from their affiliate roster even as well, moving international themselves. The landscape is very different to what it was back in the supermassives of the world back in the day. But into the gun round, this feels like one of the last chances Pixel Lumina are going to get for themselves. Early on, Maniac placed towards Rubble. It's a double anchored setup on C with the Omen and Cypher, both initiators through the middle. But the sole player of Maniac that I mentioned is the one to be tested first.
He's no way out. Surely BBL Pacific are looking to try and descend, but that relay bolt, the one stun from the Neon, was enough to do the damage. I'd say damage to the delay. Pick Simply is the one doing the damage as he gets the entry kill. Creven, the luck player, has been found out.
Simply has been unbelievable so far. In terms of how Pixel Lumina have changed as a team, just having him be a consistent piece on this initiator, on the Teho is huge. I think BBL Pacific have done a brilliant job so far when they get into post, though, trying to make him spend some of that utility. And that will be the view here. If they can get past sticks and move to a plant,
30 seconds left.
how are they able to force a reaction from Pixel Lumina? Or is he even going to be alive? It's Rose again on a crazy timing.
Oh, that was still a bit stinky from Lorock. He just gets caught off guard and spikes in no man's land. This is going to end up in a panic. Oh no, Styx is still alive at the back of sight and time is getting low. Has to commit to the spike plant here, come back. And Chris nearly had the opportunity to deny. It hasn't worked out, 2v2.
But Chris is right above the head of Loiter, didn't clear it, had his timing, but it passes him by. The opportunity in EMEA may just go missed, as it's looking like Pixel Lumina are moving ever closer to a group stage exit.
It does. I mean, see for me has as well. See LaRock and Loiter, like although like everyone speaks about comeback, he has the most highlight clips. We all know how good he is with these scoped weapons, right? I don't think enough is spoken about how good LaRock and Loiter is within the community, because these guys like genuinely could be top 5 in EMEA for the roles.
Absolutely. I think for me, at least for challengers, EMEA, both of them are #1, and LaRock is the best player in Tier 2 in my mind. Just because he can flex all across the board. We saw him play duelist when we had a double duelist meta, you know, sort of running parallel to Teho, which has now obviously changed a lot. That's where the pivot came for Pixel Lumina, and I was talking about Simply now being that guy for them. And, you know, LaRock and Loiter single-handedly won that grand final for them against ULF on Haven. These guys in a clutch situation, you can't put it past them. For Pixel Lumina, though, I just want to go back to the historical side of this for a lot of the players, as this is now almost a fully Polish roster. Styx, Maniac, they've both been here in this type of competition before. 2022 with 10-star, they made a group stage exit. Maniac had to wait another 2 years before coming back with Barca last year. But they have history at this level. The issue is just the results, not quite able to pick it up when it matters most.
PBL Pacific have got so far up here already, and there's nothing to challenge. This drone will only find Loiter, right? But there's still so much more to come through.
It's 3 Guardians. Sheriff, Vandal also in the mix. You look at where those players are, it's on the A site. One of them, Almo, that's an upgrade for him. Rose missing, but sent to the spectator screen is where he tends to operate fairly well from. Pacific down a player, but they've taken space. They have the B site and a plant.
Look at Krevin, look where he's going, back towards C Mound, and giving up that B main spot. It might be really bad here for BBL Pacific. Pixel Lumina in a great position right now.
But he's hit the trap, still has to turn the door. It devolves into chaos on site, and that's where comeback should thrive. Looking to make an opening for himself. Waterfall's where he goes, the flick will miss, and as he does pick up the pieces with the overdrive, the round is already done. It's an operator save mission now. As long as he's getting tested one player at a time, he's going to pass with flying colors. So some preservation for Pacific, but for Pixel Lumina, just yet another round which they need, taking this one at a time.
That's it, one at a time is all it needs to be. Don't get too ahead of yourself, because PPL Pacific are good at grounding you. With them on 11 and the gap being 6 rounds, you can't help but feel that this will always be Pacific inclined. We go back to A Rubble with the util dump coming through here, and Pacific are already by it.
Oh, Maniac ahead of the play, but can't find the shots. Comeback crisp with this operator. And now onto the shorty. You already know where this one's going. Sure, he won't finish off Styx, but Rose has it traded, and with Krevin already out on the B site, Almo's just caught walking into a crossfire. The round is over instantaneously. It wasn't exactly a pace change. It was just every single fight won. And Pixel Lumina, if there was to be any stress test of how good your micro is and playing from one another, this would be it, and they have not succeeded.
Yeah, it's the hardest of tests, right? the best Tier 2 has to offer at this moment in time. Still though, question out for if there's anybody to reach that stature. I think Focus looking pretty good in this tournament so far, has it? Enterprise as well. Understand Koi Phoenix are the other playoff graduate, but it's nice to see some like, consistent names in there. Enterprise for me, I think that they could challenge Pacific. I hope that Focus can as well, considering the names on that roster as well. But with that being said, Lotus looks like it could be over and done with here.
And before we bottle that one, KC as well, because if they beat Focus, we're not even going to see them in the playoff stage. So, you know, give them their flowers. Maniac. Now that, I think, kind of sums things up a little bit. He is going to keep having a look here, but just not taking the disrespect on the smoke to try and punish Rose there, where, you know, he does tend to go solo. I think maybe shows that Pixelumina not quite ready for this matchup against Pacific yet, but finally gets there. And into the retake. Oh, Crisis Sheriff's not going to do too much.
But it's not. I mean, you still have the 2 rifles to work with though, has it? But in terms of utility coming back in, it doesn't look too good. At least the ultimate's here.
Yeah, but Loiter is right in front, ready to receive. Maniac with 3. Backline, overdrive, cutting through them. Quad kill, looking for the ace. Comeback still alive, but not for long. Maniac is equal to it, in fact, greater than. Pacific pushed forward through his heroics, and his heroics only. We were talking earlier about how it took Wolfen dropping nearly 60 kills to keep CGN competitive yesterday. And I think that's the problem. It requires a whole lot more if we're to get excited about this one.
A lot of heavy lifting. A nice ace, but it probably will be a highlight moment in what is a very already dominant map. Rolling Thunder for both teams is what we have to note here. And looks as if Pixelumina are playing this on the front foot.
Always have to be of that volition. Haven coming up next, of course. Both teams with an undefeated record. For now, it's 3 players in B main. The steps of Maniac will have been heard. Kriz with this deep trap on site to keep the backside control. His spam is a little bit of damage, but he's caught comeback, and that's a huge kill to pick up.
That it is. Nice information back in, but we spoke about the Rolling Thunders, and here we go.
Well, it's gonna get traded through. Maniac still steadfast. A stunned Loiter is not a dead one. Sticks responding in kind, but now the clutch required of him. Rose is completely out of play here. He could not have supported Larocque. Still yet to be ratted out though, and with so much damage removed. Sticks is slow. 8 HP. Recon over the top. Rose playing around with the time, and as those final grains of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass, the captain will close it out. Not so often you find him in that position, but when he is, you never see him say goodbye to those ones.
No, you do not, mate. And on top of that, BBL Pacific maybe had a bit of a slow start there, a couple of rounds going here nor there. I think we ended up at, what, 3-3 at some point. But for the most part, BBL Pacific, they got the dust off it and got back to work.
It was just that one timeout from Key, and all of a sudden, it's into the ignition, and BBL Pacific looked that much better, knew exactly what it was they needed to do to play with a bit more confidence, know that they can take each one of these players pound for pound. Pixelumina are unfortunately eliminated from the competition now, but there are still maps to be played. Haven up next. We'll see what the analysts make of this one though.
Indeed, commiserations to Pixelumina, but their run isn't over. They've still got a map or two to play, depending on how the next one goes. We're moving on to their map pick, so not the end of the world for them. They can, at the very least, still give themselves a highlight series, maybe, to come out of this one against BBL Pacific. I mean, look, again, not an unimpressive map from the team emerging as 4th seed from Northeast. Definitely started off quite hot out of the gates, you know, winning 1v1s in a way that we wouldn't expect against players of BBL Pacific's caliber. But of course, we did expect this kind of result coming out of BBL Pacific. It's their map pick. They knew what they were doing, and as they warmed up into it, you could definitely see that quality that comes out of this team. So impressive stuff from both teams, but I do think BBL Pacific definitely, well, I mean, you can see there from comeback, you can really just see why they are able to do what they do.
Yeah, their operator. It is incredible how much value he can get with the operator, even on the attacking side. Going for entries, he can find double entries with the operator in a fight where I think many same caliber duelists wouldn't be able to be even comfortable with the operator. And I think he just has something else right there. Obviously, absolutely demolishing Chris outside B as well with the shorty. Different style of play apart from these other duelists. It just felt so comfortable for a comeback, and obviously when you're that confident, it's very easy to play. Kudos to Maniac. I think there was really good rounds for him as well and Chris, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. I have a few rounds here, a couple kind of sequence to show you how BBL Pacific are usually up ahead, and this is a round where I really want to just take a look at the map, because that's the most important part. Obviously Creven really far up ahead in Mount. He's not playing for the trips, he's just chilling there. He seems like, okay, there's a lot of ground here to be taken, and he absolutely takes that. Goes forward. Meanwhile, Pixel Lumina kind of making waves towards A, but there's two players sneaking up to that C mount. One crucial mistake, small, literally 1 second delay on that trade, and it ends up for Crewen to win out that round. Next round comes up. Pixel Lumina is like, okay, Creven got a bit aggressive on C mount, so let's put 4 players there and instantly punish them. But that's where BBL Pacific, they are already up ahead. Look at who's there. And when you see comeback on C, what gun do you think he has? Well, obviously, it's gonna be the operator. And let's just play out this aggression from Pixel Lumina at the start and see how BBL Pacific were actually up ahead. Instant aggression, comeback, goes for a pick, and this is the brilliant part as well. He's already repositioned on the side 5 seconds after that kill, and it's incredible for BBL Pacific because they were always doing these plays. They were always creating the space for themselves and thinking up ahead. What is Pixel Lumina gonna do from that previous round? And that's how they found their picks. That's how comeback were able to be on top again with 25 kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're moving on to Haven next. I really hope somebody doesn't screenshot that, because I was absolutely zoned out looking at your explanation during that one when we panned back to us. But it is going to be Haven up next, and that is Pixel Lumina's map pick. And look, they have looked good, especially on Haven. We saw what they did against CGN Esports, 13-4 against them, and they're no pushovers. Maybe, again, it was kind of, you know, a slow start to the series for CGN, but we'll see. BBL Pacific, definitely a different kind of opponent. We're going to have to wait and see how they will work up against Pixel Lumina's Haven. We'll be back very shortly after this break.
hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard. the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard, to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard, to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop, oh no. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
We ain't the same. Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change. Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this?
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. We are one map into our second series of the day, and it's looking like if things continue as they are, it's going to be a pretty quick end to the day because BBL Pacific up against Pixel Lumina. Sorry, I was going to say the tricode there for a second. PXL, no, Pixel Lumina. Has started off one-sided definitely in the second half. Look, maybe not in the first half. It was definitely, Pixel Lumina really put up a fight, and whether that is BBL Pacific being off to a slow start, whether it was just Pixel Lumina having a really good go out the gate, not sure. It's difficult to tell when you're in that kind of moment, but either way, we're now moving on to Pixel Lumina's map pick, right? Haven, they've historically played incredibly well on this map, not only in Northeast, but also here in their first game against CGN Esports in the group stage. They managed to win this one 13-4.
Yep, and they do run a good composition. It seems like it has been working for them. Obviously, I'm not the biggest fan of this Yoru ISO. It kind of heavily relies on you being able to duel, being able to be aggressive. BBL Pacific, I think they have the tools to stop that aggression. They obviously were really confident in the previous map, and I think they're really confident in their aiming duels. We've seen that multiple times. One thing that is good for Pixel Lumina in this composition is that this ISO shield should be able to provide that additional shielding against comebacks operator. And there's also, well, I'm a big enjoyer of making the stats seem favorable. So Pixel Lumina, when we look at the stats in Haven, they have 100% win rate. When we look at BBL Pacific, they only have 94% win rate. So, maybe? Does this mean Pixel Lumina is more goated on this map?
Yeah, actually, technically, that means they're a better team on Haven, right? That means that they cannot be beaten by BBL Pacific. That's it. We might as well wrap it up. Let's go map 3. We can look at the stats for that one as well, and that'll tell us who the winner of the series is. Now, Pixel Lumina, obviously, now they don't have a chance of getting into the playoffs. There's not really anything to lose. They can really throw everything at the wall. So I do hope we get to see, less restraint out of them. I think, when we started off in Lotus, we definitely saw, a kind of unrestrained, very aggressive Pixel Lumina. I would like to see that for the whole duration of this map, no matter what happens. If you lose 13, now it's fine. It's whatever. Nobody's going to judge you for it. It's BBL Pacific. You don't have any stakes anymore. Give it everything you've got. I want to see Pixel Lumina really try to shut down comeback. Will we see it? We're going to find out right here, right now. It's Hazard and Cairo to cast it.
Yeah, Haven's an interesting one when you look at both of these teams, because on paper I see a Pixel Lumina with a 6-0 record and think to myself, okay, yeah, you can take pretty much any team in EMEA to this one and feel comfortable, except it's BBL Pacific and their record is 11-0. Haven, of course, coming up a lot in those best of ones in Turkey, and they've got plenty of reps on it, and they're bloody good.
Yeah, they are bloody good, Hazza. And the other aspect I would do with it, and while it almost feels like a stab in my own heart saying this, Pixel are playing in Northeast and BBL Pacific are playing in Turkey, right? And the difference of quality in those two regions is massively different. I mean, you know what Turkey's like, you know what they're good for, Ascent and Haven. And well, here we go, starting off this second map.
That's what it's all about. BBL Pacific, the first team in Turkey to win it back-to-back, now 3-time winners. And speaking of back-to-back, they're the only winners of that regard in the Challengers EMEA Stage 2 tournament, because every other, you know, original champion, it's changed hands, the mantle isn't the same. This is the standard that they hold themselves to, an incredibly high one for the level. Pixel Lumina starting out on their map pick of Haven on the attack. It's another fairly slow default, but this Inquisition C long is already bearing fruit. There are 3 players now out in the mouth of the site, ready for a duel.
Griffin's just got a right click running out the smoke though. I don't think simply he's going to get a chance to. Okay, he is. Every time I think that a fight is going to go one way, it goes the other. Pixel Lumina decide to change their sights towards B.
Lotus going to be a little frustrated with that one. Kreven had it covered, or at least thought so in his mind, with 2 kills towards C and simply still operating in Garage. This is the kind of area you're looking to take the fight to, but instead Pixel Lumina greeting them at A-Link, and Rose has found 2 back.
He has. The rest of the players starting to work their way through. Stetson comeback, entering a brawl, but it's always that #1 player. The player who is destined for Tier 1, who always comes out on top, and a little spray, a little hint to what the future holds.
Yeah, this was really nicely worked from Simply on a map here where we get to see that ISO come out. A lot of teams running that style of composition with the double duelist. Maniac, I think, has brought some rigidity to the roles in terms of him really wanting to be the one who's running Yoru a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But actually getting both of them in an aggressive role here is very nice. And as well, with it being the ISO, you have that shield. It's probably the only counter we're really going to see to Comeback's Outlaw in this anti-eco.
This is something that a few teams have started doing, buying up 3 Stingers and a couple of Sheriffs to force into a round. Pixel Lumina obviously got the plan in the last one, but that is one of the Stingers on the floor, and well, it's nearly another. This long line of sight isn't where you want the Stingers to be fighting, but maybe this is where the Sheriffs will get to work.
Yeah, and that shield blocks a bullet, which allows Styx to take the fight, but in his drone solo, Larrock is holding on to A itself. It can't get past any further than the sewers. Flushed away. Pacific finding #2.
Yeah, that Pixel Lumina have tried their hand at a bit of luck there. And well, BBL Pacific, you need more than just luck. I feel as if you need the gods in your favour at this point in time. Have they lost the series in Challengers EMEA? I don't think they have.
No, BBL Pacific haven't. You would remember last time they only dropped a map to 1 team outside of Turkey. That was Enterprise. And that map was Fracture, not in the pool anymore, of course. The others were against Eternal Fire in that grand final. It was just Split, actually. So Split and Fracture. One of those the decider, of course.
Pixel Lumina finding decent space here on their eco round, and BBL Pacific being fairly respectful. But I say respect, and then Comeback goes and makes me eat my words as he's just facing down Carriage.
The reason why BBL Pacific are so good too, and why Comeback fits so nicely into this squad, is that when you look at it being a team of youngsters and typically thinking, okay, that means they could be error prone and you have some messy rounds. not only does he thrive in those, it's this outlaw on the anti-ecos, which just help bolster that stat significantly. And, you know, I misrepresented it. The last one was a force. But even this eco here,
30 seconds
it just
left.
looks comfortable more than anything else.
I must wait a moment.
And it does. Still, to get on to C, there's 2 traps to get through. That'll give notification to Pacific and where they need to go, only the first of which has been broken. One of the other players has been seen, in fact, make that both after that stun goes off, and Comeback's going in to try and collect it. Instead, it will be Loiter. And yeah, 3-0 so far from Pacific. I'm just gonna say this right now. Hopefully, we jinx it. We're not gonna see another one of these, are we?
What, 13-0?
Yeah.
I knew that that's where you were heading. I would be very surprised. I think Pixel Lumina are still a great team. A lot of these names have been underrated for a long time. I'm happy that Chris has been given an opportunity to make amends for what was a very struggled Stage 1 performance with Shakma go next as they were. Because, you know, he's still only 17 years of age. This is definitely one for the future and would have been on a lot of people's scouting list. I think the one thing was, you know, could he do it at that slightly highly elevated level of play and into the gun rounds? Well, this is a huge opportunity for Pixel Lumina to get back into things and stop Pacific from building up some economy. They've taken away the trap in Garage, and now they're droning towards A.
It's a big question mark that they create towards this seaside, and I mean, it's meant that Loita's dedicated to that position. Comeback found out by the drone, but Rose isn't, and that's the other thing you need to consider.
Oh, and he's going to completely profit from this position. Rose with 3, wanted the quad kill. Not often you'd see his name in the feed next to 4 Roman numerals. But Pacific can now tally up the score to that number themselves. It's a 4th unanswered. There's no money under Pixel Lumina here either. The rich will get richer.
No. Yeah, I think we're starting to head out into what we know as timeout territory. It's like the Bermuda Triangle. Once you start to head into it, there's a little chance that you'll escape.
I'm out of here.
Eco round this one, so we can start to think about how the series looks as a whole.
Yeah, and that's actually nice play from Simply again, equipping the double tap, playing in front of his teammates, knowing that he can block the bullet. And so even if Comeback hits that shot, he's not able to get out of it unscathed. Now down to 10 points of health. It's been repositioned towards B.
Yeah, this isn't a comp built to counter Comeback. This is what usually Pixel Lumina play, but it's very funny to see the micro be anti-Comeback at this moment in time.
But important that it is, because he has been stalwart in supporting the A defense. This time it's Larrock and Rose. The captain is enjoying his time over on this side.
Nice.
Trap in the window has caught Chris, but hey, Chris has found Creven and a rifle as well. Be careful shooting those bodies, because the last time a team did that, it was Enterprise on this map when it looked like they might go ahead and win that series. We all know how that ended.
Yeah, you never want to get Pacific's backs up.
No reason to fuel the fire.
Yeah, exactly. They start fire, you want to fuel. I think Kaiser's just want to save this rifle. He won't want to walk into a long line of sight because he knows who's going to be on the other end of it. But with that being said, a couple of rounds coming up, especially the next one, which will be a bye for Pixel Lumina. We have that kill contract that Shimply will have in pocket. Styx has the Hunter's Fury as well. Sure, we're seeing Pacific with a few ultimates of their own. This is what we need to consider moving forward, as key pieces to get their own rounds in pocket. First of the full map. And then, there you go, timeout territory.
Yeah, I like this. I like this decision. Absolutely no reason not to build a plan around the ults that you're coming up on, and the ones that you already have. So, the Hunter's Fury, And the kill contract on Sticks and Simply, as you can see on the right-hand side of the scoreboard, those are available. One away from Chris and Almo. And Maniacs is going to take a little bit longer, especially when he is yet to register in the server. I hate to be that guy, but yeah, we want to see every player on Pixel Lumina performing. As I said, it was never going to be a game which is won by individuals. And I think you have some very strong combos here. Sure, ISO now only has one undercut after a change that we saw a couple of months ago, but it combines very well with the damage output that Sticks has, the double shocks, the ult, and even the other way around. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, he has the drone now. If you drone out and you can tag a player, that's a great way to just tether and use it to pinpoint your kill contract and take a 1v1.
100%, but I think there's going to be more than a 1 versus 1 here. As the barriers drop, many players are around mid. Starts off with the Odin spam, but come back on such a deep line will obviously win out any duel with that operator. Cam destroyed, a retreat from both sides, a handshake that, well, you can take the advantage, but BBL Pacific.
Come back so quick to reposition towards C as well. The spring-loaded sight set up behind the Cypher traps. Kreven watching Garage, but Rose completely by himself on A. Spike inclined in this direction, already posturing. Now with intent, it will intensify. They need to clear him, and they will. Simply, with that double tap, finds maximum value.
It does, and allows for that spike to go down. Kill contract then becomes a tool for delay.
I know exactly where you are.
That's big information to come back in with.
And you still have these ults for Pixel Lumina, so what do you want to do? It's an undercut in and the Hunter's Fury to combo it. Brilliant stuff.
Lovely. Yeah, this is just really nice. And on top of that, BBL Pacific now find themselves with time lost and having to get a move on as they do try and get out. More utility flung their way back in towards CT. That's not where you want to go. Somehow Comeback can make any weapon work for him. And he leaves the round with 2 kills in his back pocket, but his ultimate was already online, so it matters for nothing. Pixel Lumina have the first round, and thank God, Hazza, we don't have a chinks when it comes to 13-0s.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, man. Just must be something in the water. Maniac still having a rough day in the office on this map, but simply lovely from that man exactly. I really like the plan here with Sticks to send in the decay. Of course, not only does it act as a suppress and halt the retake, but it's an insta-kill with double damage, so very well managed situation, Pixel Lumina. Rose was very light on his feet in a very committed position. They reinforce A, but leave C open in the process. Maybe a slight pace change here from Pixel Lumina.
Could be. I wonder if this drone was going to get the kill contract ready to go, and it is. It will be up to Loiter to protect this one. And he's going to lose out. C-site taken. There is a retake cam, which Pixel Lumina still haven't identified.
It's a Hunter's Fury coming in off the back of it as well from Rose. It's going to get one tag. I think that was onto the fake out actually, and with the suppression coming in, the ult's taken offline. It's a fantastic counter. Simply's ISO utility usage has been fantastic so far. And with Maniac walking away with 3 kills under his belt and the dimensional drift now online, I'm just seeing confidence builder after confidence builder here for Pixel Lumina.
I have to agree, and for me as well, the other aspect to this, ever since that timeout, right, it feels as if like there's been a switch flipped on Pixel Lumina, and the plan creation and the communication as well is just spot on. Everything about it looks good.
The question now being, can you take that any further against EMEA's best?
Who's next?
The Ascendants in waiting, as Kreven has managed to find a kill through middle. That was towards window. Maniac has the TP to potentially bail towards defender's spawn, but he's committed in tower, and so is the execution. Flank coming in, it has to hold.
It does have to. Rolling Thunder through, and somehow BBL Pacific once again make it work when their back's against the wall. Remember, still yet to use a timeout in this map. They don't even need it. They just talk amongst themselves and answer back straight away. Just when you think Pixel Lumina are able to get themselves together here.
This is a nice spot.
I would love to see a replay of that, but I believe Larok, those shots at the end were through the edge of the smoke. He was literally just using the sound to know when Maniac was taking his timing back through. But as you've seen quite a lot of the time in these really chaotic rounds, BBL Pacific are excelling in their micro. When Pixel Lumina have time to set up, they have looked quite effective, but the game plan is very rigid from the defenders. They're constantly taking timings, looking for duels, trying to take fights, making it uncomfortable.
Here.
Already you're seeing this aggressive trap, which is tricky to deal with because potential for a trap there. A play off the back of it, I should say.
Yeah.
Nothing just yet.
Creven up close and personal, and that stun won't hit him if it does go through, just from what's being said. This is a support all the way from 8.
Yeah, look at what Larok is doing. That stun is for as soon as a player peeks through Garage, Creven will have the support. It buys time for Rose to rotate, and here it is.
Doesn't even need it. It's for the disengage after, which is really well played. Somehow Maniac, so low in HP, just at 11, is able to get a kill swinging through at the same time. The foundation in which this push is built on, Chris, has gone. So it's all the players on the site having to find a way to escape, and Styx has done that.
Rose having the control from mid, but with Almo fighting that, he has the elevation and the crossfire set up. BBL Pacific right back through it. Maniac only 11 points of health. Trap placed in front of him, and Creven to claim it. Number 7, it's heaven from Creven. The lead is confirmed for the second half for BBL Pacific.
And on the defense as well. And again, we've spoke about it previously, Hazza, about how the trends in Valorant has kind of went, and we're starting to see teams understand defense a lot more, new ideas come to light, and I feel as if we're like, I don't want to call it a renaissance of Valorant, right? But I feel as if we're definitely seeing a lot of nice new stuff come through. Which is good stuff. It's like music to my ears if we want to go down the renaissance route.
Yeah. I think, look, Pixel Lumina are running out of chances here on their own map pick, because more than anything, it's an undefeated streak which will be lost for one of these teams, and I don't think BBL Pacific are going to be giving up the ghost anytime soon. Nice early trades, man advantage for the defenders. Okay, you get pushed out of A, where do you go? Into Creven's site? Is that really something that they want to account for?
As soon as Pixel Lumina break this trap, the cam will be able to identify exactly how many people are there, and it has been used. It was just momentarily. Pixel Lumina haven't, sorry, they have destroyed it, apologies. But Pacific know exactly what to do here. 3 versus 3, Maniac at the back of site. Creven still not cleared. Is he going to be cleared?
Might have been heard by the cage, I don't know. It's peek in. Oh, Creven finds one on the fadeaway. Maniac removing 2 more players, 3 kills. But Larok in the clutch and already beginning to get to work on this wraparound. It is not expected at all. He can't deny the plant, but that stick's gone. And Maniac in the corner. Don't know if Larok realizes this or not. He's fired the aftershock towards Plat. He's running back around again.
Yeah, he's scared about that corner, and well, the TP's placed in Garage as well, but has 2 flashes to work with.
And Larok's just going to be hard clearing this.
No,
what? Knife out, that was the chance. Maniac faking it, but onto the line. He's not going to miss. Quad kill Maniac. Pixel Lumina still just
I'm so confused. What was that round? I feel as if LaRock's just got a completely wrong read. Maybe he thinks that the player's sitting backside in the pocket behind Platt. I mean, you've got to remember that's where he TP'd previously, and I still had 2 flashes in pocket, which I thought would have been the better use, if I'm honest. But yeah, at the end of the day, BBL Pacific lose that one. Pixel looming up. If they could get the next 2, it would be monumental.
Maniac has been a driving force in these last few rounds. The way that he's clapped back from being 0-6 to, you know, finding 6 kills in the last couple of rounds is crazy. And that's another one, an additional feather in the cap. Pixel Lumina will get the plant on A. And this time, Larok won't attempt the clutch.
Yeah. Especially after last attempt, maybe not the best idea. Remember, Key still hasn't timed out here. Maybe wanting to use them on the attack side. I mean, maybe happy with just the way that the Pacific have been calling, because a lot of these have been coming down to like individual gunfights, 50-50s. And I think if anything, like you would just that's the one thing that I would talk about if I was coach right now. Is just like, guys, we need to be playing together and we need to be talking to each other.
For Pixel Lumina, I think those 50-50s are probably the best odds that you're going to get all day. So you take them, and right now, those chances are having the most made of them. It's a question that you raised. Do you go for the timeout here? Is there enough to talk about before the last round? I would say probably not. You do still get your 2 minutes at the halftime. So I think that's probably a better use at this point in time. Both of these teams have a better defensive win rate here. That's what you're looking at.
I would agree. I think like at the moment you would be confident in BBL Pacific's attack side, and if anything were to go wrong, you would like having 2 timeouts would be such a nice like ace up the sleeve just to make sure that you finish this series 2-0. And well, it is mostly A where Pacific are placing importance. I need to be careful of Kevin getting caught out here. He's just going to play in front of it. On top of that, has a neural theft. So with that, he gives away the information to his team. Gives himself up in the meantime as well.
Styx does have the Hunter's Fury here in post, but Maniac's already found another kill.
Oh, and LaRock's been caught out trying to come back in. There is a Hunter's Fury as well. I mean, Loiter has been known for his clutches, but if he was to get this on 2 HP, it would be ridiculous. And a Shorty will make sure of that. It will be 7-5 on the next half.
Enemy remaining.
Here.
The scoreline at the half, 7-5.
Yeah.
BBL Pacific haven't won the pistol just yet, as Pixel Lumina have to try and pull off the impossible. Or so it would feel like. They've done a valiant effort, winning 5 rounds out of the last 7. And Maniac getting back onto form now sits at the top of the scoreboard for his team.
It's a good map to do it in. Now moving on towards the defence. How does it look? The combinations, how well oiled is this machine? We know, I was about to say that this is a good map for Pixel Lumina, and it's an even better start.
Simply opening pick. And Sticks with the undercut combined. I'm pretty sure that's how the shot kill went in. So much damage on Rose as well. BBL Pacific crumbling. Creven getting a couple. But look at the HP between the two players. Only 36 points left and remaining.
Last player standing.
Maniac finds one with a bullet through Creven. And as the hero of the round is gone, that's going to be it. Pixel Lumina tighten up the gap. It's a 1-round game. And they'll be in position to have that scoreline level very, very soon.
Makes things extremely spicy once we get to the bonus/rifle rounds as well. This is lovely from Shimply. Sometimes you just gotta swing, mate. And it seems that Pixel Lumina at the minute are feeling themselves. They've got nothing to lose, so you may as well go out with a bang.
Absolutely. And to remind you all, of course,
That goes there.
BBL Pacific's last 2 maps in this competition were settled by a difference of 2 rounds coming into the day. Of course, Lotus a little bit more cut and dry, making improvements from that one against CGN, but Pixel Lumina have responded brilliantly here. And I think, you know, especially in a round like this against Classics, you just got to enjoy the experience, you know, have a little bit of fun with it. Simply finding 2. BBL Pacific finding 3. It's a 2-on-2 with the spike dropped in Garage.
And that's a stick as well. That's gonna be so good for them. Spike can go down, but look at Sticks. He has to go the long way round, and he's only got a Spectre.
Nothing is a given, and this has been a very quick reminder. Creven trained on the line. Sticks walking into trouble. There you go. Round number 8 for BBL Pacific. A thrifty conversion. You don't get to enjoy these moments because these guys are just that damn good.
Yeah, that just sums it up, right? That sums up the full series for me. Pixel Lumina shows some signs, and you think to yourself, if they can keep this going, there is a possibility that this turns interesting, and then something like that happens, right? Something where you allow BBL Pacific an inch and then they go and take a mile. So it's the opposite way about. We're back to an anti-equal, but it's BBL Pacific who get to be the ones with a better buy.
Such a grounding experience, and
that wasn't even scoped.
The flick is crazy from Comeback. As I was saying, these experiences should help build you, you know, testing yourselves against really strong teams. For someone like Sticks, even just the in-game leader duel and preparing, trying to get the reads. But no one has any fun getting their ass handed to them, and some of these rounds do feel a little bit like that. It's a very well-approached situation from BBL Pacific after the fights in mid. They found themselves an open C site. So that's for the taking. Plant will come through.
Planted.
At the same time, right, they're going to position Comeback in a place where he can cut off rotates. If Kriz, I was going to say, if Kriz is...
He's saving, mate.
Yeah,
He's
saving. I was going to say, if he was the guy, like, he was going to go with a pack, then is there a chance, is there a possibility? It's not going to be the case at all, and just going to bolster their economy a little bit, because let's be honest, on this defence, it is so tough, especially on Haven, to keep up with an attack that, for the most part, has so many tools at their disposal to get that spike down. Comeback probably wanting to die to the spike because he has cash in pocket to buy a rifle next round or even an operator, so he's sticking around to try and get an orb or two.
Yeah, he's not going to want to die to the spike because he has heavy shields, but
Yeah, that's
They will
yeah,
scurry.
I guess.
and no real view to. You can just throw the Outlaw off the map. It's fine. Yeah, Pixel Lumina wanting to make sure that the orbs aren't given away at the very least. That this BBL Pacific side can't get any stronger coming into what is an important round, one which Pixel Lumina desperately need. Otherwise, you're looking at a harsh reality of 10, 11 rounds for BBL Pacific.
Yeah, it's like giving the one ring to Thanos Gauntlet, you know. Comeback is just trying to send it into Garage, but that's a nice delay through the paranoia. And here's the
Fantastic
steps
counter
in
from
Garage.
Almo.
So Comeback's got information there, because I think he might have heard 2 sets of steps, if I'm not mistaken.
They were running towards A though, it was his own teammates, and with sticks taken out, it's the A site. Comeback can hold the cross, he catches 2 players in transition. That's double digits, it should be a window for a save for Almo and Chris here as well. Or at least a recovery mission to maybe see if they can find this player. And they are going to be able to take out Comeback, but the round has passed them by. There's little left in them. Little left in it, I should say, right now. So there you have it, double digits.
100%. I mean, I don't think there's much else that can really be said about this. Pixel Lumina have absolutely fumbled this round. I don't know, like trying to walk with your knife out through B main while trying to clear it at the same time. It feels as if a couple of the players were caught in 2 minds in what they wanted to do. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a timeout after that, just because of how like here, you know what I mean? Like Maniac's trying to walk with his knife out before being called to clear B main. Maybe not this round, but perhaps maybe the next.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here. Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot.
Being the first Premier team to qualify for Ascension.
That goes there.
Having another regional rep behind them in ULF. Falling short. BBL Pacific continuing onwards. It's a utility dump in A that we get from Pixel Lumina. But all of this is being re-cleared by the Owl drone. Decent information, and now a mid-duel about to break out, and it's come back again to find the first of those kills. Good trade, and trade again with the spike on the canvas.
Yeah, Rose does have Hunter's Fury as well, just to note. And look at Almo in the position that he's found himself in.
Q given away if he steps into the cage. Rose already so far ahead of this, has the A site under control. Almo will TP behind, and this hasn't been heard. How much can he do?
That's the question. How much can he do? Right now, the answer looks probable that he will get more than what he can. Oh no, I thought for a minute he was going to give it up, but instead he looks to have won the round, and he's done so. That will be 7 for Pixel Lumina. This is starting to get into a point of game on.
Yeah, and it wasn't all rifles into that round either. It makes you wonder how good this could have potentially looked for the defenders if they hadn't lost that second round as well. With that in mind, good trades here in mid, spike dropped, Larok flashed to retrieve it, but Almo is so quick to things. He has his finger on the pulse, he's right in on the flank. And the rest of his team aren't going to push until they know that the time is right. It was a lovely recon from Styx as well to set him up there and find the player graffiti. But now, the biggest round of the map so far, I feel. Plenty of ultimates available on both sides, and Maniac just one away from his to make it 4 for each.
Quick change of pace towards the C site already. One of the traps destroyed through a nice shock dart. So now that this take comes through, the players have little to no protection. I mean, Chris has one trap that he can use, but calling for teammates to support him, and they're all falling apart here. C site has been well and truly taken by BBL Pacific, and it feels as if these rounds are always decided within the first 3 engagements.
Yeah, although the first 30 seconds is another way of putting it. I completely agree. You look at that one, for example, it's just a very diligent Pacific clearing the site. And I have to say, I was most impressed with Rose there. It's just the Hunter's Fury that gets invested, but it's the drone to start off, clearing Maniac in the corner. He should be thinking about a TP there, but wants to hang around a little longer, gets cleared from the garage side of the push on the edge of the smoke. Then it's the reveal, which is able to tag Chris's position in the plat corner towards backside. And while he doesn't get spammed out, it's the ult that's just going to go ahead and confirm it. Rose, the only player to lose his life in this round. One of the only, as Larok is also dismissed. But I think he did a brilliant job, right? Yeah. It's just really clean utility. And in terms of Pixel Lumina's setup, as soon as that first layer goes and Maniac is lost, on an angle which you're kind of expecting him to as well with how committed it was. Yeah. You know, he either has to TP out of dodge or he loses his life there. I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't more support, to be honest.
I agree. And the other aspect to it is we did say in the last round that we expect a Pixel Lumina timeout if they were to lose it, and that's exactly the case. And on top of that, again, is this what we spoke about previously in terms of plan creation with ultimates that you have in pocket? And there's plenty of them. On top of that, the other thing to note for the folks at home is that money situation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A Pixel Lumina can very quickly slip out of relevancy here. But honestly, with the situation as it is, you're taking it round by round. I guess the problem is, right, you could win 8, you could be up to like maybe 9 rounds here, but if there are casualties, then as soon as BBL Pacific win maybe one, like they win 1, they get up to 12. They're on that point anyway, they have overtime guaranteed. There's a chance that you might have to fall onto an eco at any given moment, to be honest, with how close some of these rounds have looked. And in terms of these site holds, I just want to see more counter utility rather than relying on the setup, such as, you know, Chris's Cypher utility to do its job. I want to see, you know, Sticks providing a little bit more as well. Simply and Maniac flooding, because that's what these two agents are really good at on the double duelist. They've got extra utility that people would sometimes consider to be more in the vein of an initiator. So make the most of that.
Yeah, there was always a conversation to be had about ISO and Euro being used as a second initiator. Chris has decided to commit himself towards the backside, and well, so far it looks like it's been a success. Entry kill found and continuing to trying to get more, and does so. So with that being said, that's the Cypher gone, and also comeback.
Chris has his value. It was a reveal from Rose, but Almo wasn't expecting such close proximity. Huge 1v1 against the captain. Simply will win it, of course.
Of course he will. And so Maniac hasn't encountered Loiter yet. Didn't think about it, and there's a chance to escape using the ultimate. But both players are towards CT, and time is ticking away.
We're yet to see his clutches so far, but a player who has excelled in this position round on round. It was how Pacific won their second stage, third grand final, and Loiter wrapping around the side, lines them both up, knocks them down. That's why you call him the clutch kid. The 17-year-old sending Pacific up to map and series point. They're playoffs bound.
They are, Hazard. They're more than playoffs bound. Every single one of these players, everyone has touted them as a potential tier 1 replacement. They are absolutely unbelievable. And it doesn't seem to stop. They always impress, they're always here to show off. And in this last round, as we have noted before, there will be certain points of utility, certain pieces missing. And oh my god. Ammo's been found. So is Simply. There's no way for this Omen to escape, and it seems if there's no way for Pixel Lumina to escape except out of this tournament.
6-7 rounds map to map is more than most teams, so I think Pixel Lumina can still hold their heads high, hoping that there is an extension to play, but not today. Not against come back up close with his shorty. The overdrive's online. It's an ace to end it, but Kreven, of course, will steal it away. everyone having their moment on BBL Pacific side. We said it coming into the beginning of the series, Cairo. You can't just rely on one individual making something happen for you here. It is much more than that when it comes to BBL Pacific. And on their side of things, everyone had something to say as well.
Yeah, I think like that's the thing. Pixelumina's first chance at playing in one of these inter-regional tournaments that we're having much more consistently now. And for what we've seen so far, there is only one way to go from here, and it has to be improvement, right? You have learned from the best of the best, quite literally, in this matchup. And yeah, BBL Pacific look as good as ever.
Yeah, it's been a turbulent time at the same point for Pixelumina, bringing in Laser in the previous stage for VCT, now bringing in Chris as well for EMEA. This roster has direction. You can see what it is they want to do, at least in terms of the personnel changes to make improvements. And the question is always going to be, how much more consistent does that look? They make a group stage exit here without any extra ascension points coming back domestically for the final stage of regional play, but it's the same things we said about Bitfix. Are they able to consolidate that spot in top 4, or you know, are they want to ultimately make up the numbers here and not repeat that feat? These are questions that we'll have answered fairly soon. But for the analysts, yeah, we want to hear what it is they have to say, as our playoffs teams are almost fully locked.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for casting, Hazza and Cairo. I'll see you again very shortly, but that is it for the 2 games. I mean, it went so quickly today, and yeah, I mean, BBL Pacific looking exactly like BBL Pacific there. I think there are positives coming out of the group stage for Pixelumina, as you mentioned, Hazza. I think that was a good-looking performance against 2 very good teams that they were seeded into in Group C. So, I mean, look, for Pixelumina, of course, yeah, no, they did not get out of this group stage. They didn't get any ascension points, but I think they can be happy at the very least with their performance, and it's something to build off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think many alongside me would title this Group C as a group of death, especially for Pixelumina, obviously having to go against CGN Esports and BBL Pacific. When we look at those teams, we obviously think Pixelumina has no shot going through that Group C, but they actually put up a great fight. I would love to see Chris sticking up with this team. I think they have a lot of things that they can improve, but they had a lot of things that were already great. I think they were amazing in terms of not giving too much pressure or not giving too much respect for BBL Pacific and actually having that confidence. So I loved to see Maniac even just keeping up with that pace that he had against CGN and not just giving up because it's maybe a better team against them. I think there was a lot of good things to say about Pixelumina, but it was still no surprise that BBL Pacific is the one to take it all. Incredible clutch from Lotus as well at the second to last round. I think that whole roster shows that, yeah, sure, comeback is incredible, but it's not only comeback. Like I think Hazza and Cairo pointed out, it's the whole team that makes this whole consistent group of 5 players.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're not 100% sure on who our 4th representative is going to be going into the playoffs just yet. I'm sure we will raid one of the channels that will be streaming Focus and Carmine Core Blue Stars playing against each other after we've wrapped up the show today. But that's actually a big point, right? Both of these regions got a team into the playoffs last time around, and with Turkey getting 2 and only 1 this time, it does mean that there's going to be a toss-up, right, between Germany or DAC and France going into this one. So I am interested to see what will happen in Group B. We'll get onto that a bit later, but right now we do have an interview with Rose Winner in BBL Pacific here. How are you doing? Congratulations once again, playoffs.
Thank you, man. I'm just so happy. Before you ask, I can say about that. Like, it was like, I can say easy match to us. It wasn't stressful. And that's what I can say.
Yeah, I mean, how do I put this? I've always thought, like, especially looking at this group stage as well, you guys you don't always have like a map that's one-sided, but you always find a way to win the map, no matter what the scoreline is at the end of it. You know, obviously 2-11-13s against CGN.
Yeah.
What is the secret to always managing to get it over the line? Is it something mental? Is it something in the server? What would you say?
Like I can say, like each player in the team is so good. That's what I can say for himself. He can do extra every time. Like if he's in clutch, like you see yesterday, like Larok was getting 1 versus 5 in Sunset. Like I think they are just giving. I think it's giving pressure to the enemy. That's what I can say. Like we know how to do comeback. Like that's what I can say, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, talking about pressure, for me, it seems like you guys never have pressure. You have the confidence all the time. You're obviously crowned champion on Challengers Stage 1, but it seems like pressure has no effect in your gameplay. Does that feel correct in your TeamSpeak or Discord, whatever you are? Do you have any pressure?
Like I think we have no pressure, as you say. Like we are just when we are playing, we are just playing with so confident, as you say, because of like we become a champion 2 times. I mean 3 times in Turkish league. We won Challengers EMEA 1, and we are just trying to win again, like Challengers EMEA. I think like when we are playing against CGN again, or like Pixel Lumina, it doesn't matter for us. We are just looking for the VCT EMEA. That's the main point for us together. That's what I can say. We are just playing our gameplay. We are not feeling pressure, you know.
Yeah, of course. I feel like obviously you being the champions of the last stage, a lot of teams have looked through your VODs. They kind of have learned how to maybe play against you. Do you feel like these teams are better aware against you, or do you feel like you're still so far ahead of them?
I think like in Challengers EMEA 1, the teams were better than these teams. To be honest, like I think we're gonna face with Enterprise again. Looks like, I'm not sure, but like like I think they qualified, right, for playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but about that. I think like we're gonna play with them again. It's gonna be a funny game for us, I'm pretty sure. Like yeah, that's what I can say about that.
Okay, well, I mean, kind of what I was going to end off with was, you know, obviously Enterprise, the only team left to face that you did face in EMEA #1, but have you taken a look at Koi Phoenix? Have you taken a look? I mean, we don't know if Carmine Core or Focus are going to be the team getting out of Group B, but have you taken a look at the other teams that you might be playing against? Are your feelings the same towards them as they were, that you mentioned, you know, not as good as in EMEA #1?
Yeah, I'm sure about that. Like when we were playing against Eternal Fire or Enterprise, it was so hard matches for us. Like it was stressful, but I didn't like watch their games. I mean, Koi Phoenix, like I don't know how they're playing, how their chemistry in the team. I have no idea. If we're gonna play against them, I'm just gonna watch their games. I'm gonna like search them. You know, that's what I can say.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Congratulations once again on getting to the playoffs, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. 2-time winners for you, maybe.
I hope so.
All right, then. Okay, so we have locked in another team into our playoffs. BBL Pacific, I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. I think obviously, you know, there was a question mark. Is CGN Esports going to be able to do anything? They dispatched of them relatively simply. I mean, 2 13-11s, maybe not so simply, but it's still a 2-0. Doesn't really matter either way. So that's just a great look for BBL Pacific. They're back. They're still, I mean, apparently, they're playing against easier teams. Enterprise Esports, really the only one that was noted there by Rose as a contender against them, a team that made it difficult for them last time around. I am definitely excited to see, well, obviously we don't know exactly what the first games are going to be, what order they're going to be in, but it's more than likely each team is going to be playing against each other in the playoffs, just because it's double elimination with 4 teams. There's only so many ways that can end up, with the bracket being reversed when you drop to the lower bracket. But I mean, it's shaping up to be really good. I think we've actually got much more exciting playoffs than EMEA number 1. I mean, keeping in mind, obviously, 2 Turkish representatives in EMEA number 1. And maybe there's a little bit of personal bias there with Enterprise going in this time around. We got the Northeast team. But I actually kind of want to wrap things up relatively quickly because of the game that is currently ongoing on the other streams. So we can take a look here at the group standings as they are. Obviously, the only one not going the only one that hasn't finished right now, Focus versus Carmine Core Blue Stars, but our representatives from Group A, Movistar Koi Phoenix, from Group C, BBL Pacific, and from Group D, Enterprise Esports.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see Enterprise Esports obviously going through. I would love to see that matchup again. I think it was Wolfen who kind of said BBL Pacific, they are not robots on the server, but Rose kind of maybe proved otherwise. They don't feel that pressure, and that shows on the server. That is a scary look for either one of Carmine Core Blue Stars or Focus, whoever is gonna make through there, and Enterprise Esports Koi Phoenix. It's not gonna be easy, but we've seen that they can be beaten, at least in one map.
Yeah. All right. Before we send you off to the last game happening in this group stage, the bracket draw is going to be happening tonight, so you can follow VALEsports_EMEA, on Twitter to get some info about that one. You will see what the first game is going to be coming into that. So exciting stuff, because that will decide really who's going to be in the lower bracket quickly. If you get a difficult match, it's always going to be a difficult match with the teams we've got, but if you get a difficult match, things are going to be much harder for you. But either way, I think that's about all we have. So I'm going to say goodbye to you. We're going to send you over to that Focus versus Carmine Core Blue Stars match, because that's a super exciting one, and it's to decide who our last team is going to be going into the playoffs. So thank you so much for watching the group stage. Thank you so much to everybody involved, Hazard and Cairo, and Winter and Pavlos for casting for us. Thank you to the production. Thank you to you, MP, for joining me on all 3 days.
Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
chub, this a cakewalk. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all.